Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, currently as Asher the Labramon, and we are doing DevTales today, as well as we've got Wicked Whiskers here doing art in the bottom left, and in the top left we've got Plastic Duck Simulator, because ducks. Ducks are good. Quack. 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 As I have acquired multiple ducks on my face. Which, by the way, if you guys want your own rubber ducks to throw at me, they are $40. Message me on Discord if you would like one. Like the ones being thrown at my face right now. A lot of them being thrown at my face. Plushies are also available. Plushies are also available. Though those ones are a bit more expensive at $100. I have, but I don't have many options. Oh, it just sprays me with some orange goo, all pal. Yeah, right now we only have a Whiskers and a Digimon duck, so there's plenty more ducks that could be gotten. Alright, let's get these going.
I like how that's the second time you've said that now. And then you got distracted talking about ducks.
Yes, yes.
It's funny.
Alright, so your doc review. I did go through and fix some of those things. Also added notes that, you know.
Clarifications, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember double checking and seeing you had done chapters 1 through 3, I believe.
Yeah, at that point it was like I started looking at it, and it was like, some of these looked like things that needed discussion, rather than just being, fix this.
Some of them, yeah. Other ones are just like, hey, is this how this is supposed to work?
Well, standardized container examples, that is something that I do want to put in, but that was going to be part of the actual item list.
That's fair.
So that's to be done. Items haven't been a big priority at all.
I figured, but I still thought I should bring it up because we do have it in the rules. rules that they exist.
Yeah. Hey there,
Which is why I
Beerus.
was
Hey, Vari.
Which is why I was like, oh hey, we should probably figure that out. If they're in the rules.
Go ahead.
I present you Saudi style lentil curry made with coconut milk this time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good boy. Rex has brought me food.
Jug.
This is good.
Damage versus armor and integrity section needs to also involve natural defenses now. I know I put natural defenses in here.
Yes, but not in the same section as the armor. Which is what I was talking about.
Could have sworn I put a note that it was...
You put it in a different section of the document, but it needs to be in all, armor-related sections.
Well, I did put in here, natural defenses, while sharing many rules with armor, can find their specific rules in the combat chapter under the auxiliary combat rules section.
Yeah, but we should still have an explanation saying, how it gets layered with armor, so that way, because people should know what that will do. In terms of layering. As layering can be a complicated, tricky thing, and they should probably be able to know and consider what that would mean for them while they're considering getting said armor. Because there is an explanation elsewhere in the document, but
Well, Vari, if you want to come up with a list of items, I think he already has one, so I would welcome the help on that. It just hasn't been something that I want to devote, dev time to right now. In the combat chapter, I do have it saying that damage is applied to artificial armor first, then to your natural defense before it goes towards yourself.
Yes. What I'm just trying to say is, oh hey, we should have that be stated in the armor section as well, so that way when people are looking at the rules for armor specifically, they'll also be able to find that. That's more what I'm talking about.
I mean, I can move natural defenses over to the armor section, but I want...
No, I'm saying it should be in both.
That's all well and good, but the more places that we have things, the more we need to keep track of for updating them.
Well, yeah, but also, I don't think it's going to be that onerous to go, oh, hey, we have rules for how armor is layered in the armor section and in the general combat rules. Because, and part of the reason that I'm mentioning all this is just because, well, it is a thing where if the rules are there, it should probably be in all the various valid locations.
I don't think we should have it in multiple locations. I'm okay with putting it, with moving it to the armor section, but yeah, one place for now. Like Era says as well. If we want to add redundancies later, we can. But right now, One place for each role.
I mean, okay, I just thought that it would fit a lot better if it was in both, because it affects both areas.
I just wasn't certain where to put it. I'm okay with putting it under the armor chapter. Or armor section. It just didn't feel like it fit there properly because that's the equipment chapter rather than something, you know, rather than specifically for combat and such. And, well, natural defense is not an item.
Yeah, again, like I said, I think it fits in the combat section. I was just trying to say, oh, hey, I think it should be in both. If we're not going to put it in both, then we can just skip past it. Because it definitely fits in combat most. I was just trying to say, oh, hey, I think this should go in multiple locations. Because, you know, I just figured that knowing how your defenses are going to be layered is important if you're considering things like armor.
Sure, but right now we've got a note pointing them to the place to find natural defenses. Both Era and I are in agreement here. One place.
Hello, Commander. In response to your request, we have sent backup. Good luck, Commander. We are forever in your debt.
Hato, thank you so much for that, those gift
Hello, Commander.
subs.
In response to your request, we have sent backup. Good luck, Commander. We are forever in your debt.
Oh, it looks like it made Twitch give me some gift subs. Cool.
Ren underscores L59 shared with 100 eggy bitties.
Thank you for the biddies, Ren. Yeah, I think what we've got right now is perfectly good. The note pointing them to the combat chapter instead of, you know. Yeah, we're gonna keep it as is.
I mean, alright.
So that is that dealt with.
Hello, Commander. In response to your request, we have sent backup. Good luck, Commander. We
Oh,
are forever in your debt.
Toshime, thank you for those gift subs. Oh, so Twitch
Hello,
is adding a gift
In
sub
response
for
to your
every
request,
5
we
gift
have sent
subs?
backup. Good luck, Commander. We are
Oh.
forever in your debt.
Thank you so much for those gift subs, Toshime. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Yeah, I honestly forgot September was going because, you know, they just kind of space things out and stuff.
feel the
This one I'm-
hand of justice.
What's up?
I was just saying for this one, I was mostly bringing it up because I have had people say multiple times that, you know, cosmetically they don't want armor. And I'm just like, didn't we have in a rule that says that, like, you can make your armor look like what you want? And then I realized that we didn't technically have one that said your armor could just be entirely cosmetic. So... I figured I'd ask if we want to specify this.
Alright, let's see. Then yeah, we can clarify that. Let's see here. Armor.
Yeah, because I know, like, technically speaking, we did say that it's fully cosmetically up to you and your ST, but it just wasn't made clear enough, I guess, because I have had multiple people say that, like, you know, armor's cool, but they didn't want it for their look. And then I'm just like, okay.
Where did I actually have that listed?
I know it was in one of the very long text sections. I know that's not exactly specific, but...
Ah, here it is.
Hello, Commander. In response to your request, we have sent backup. Good luck,
Oh,
Commander.
avocado!
In your debt.
Thank you so much for those gift subs.
Hello, Commander. In response to
That is level 5 of the hype
backup.
train
Good luck,
completed.
Commander. We are forever in your debt.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Governor.
Hello.
Think fast, Sir Irabane, because Thelord Beerus is smooching you.
Paula, did you just have that card at the ready? That was a quick response.
Hello, Commander. In response to your request, we have sent backup. Good luck,
Chat going
Commander.
wild with
We are
September.
forever in your debt.
Holy crap, thank you. Ido, thank you for those gift
Hello,
subs as
Commander.
well.
In response to your request, we have sent backup.
I mean,
Good
I guess
luck,
it
Commander.
does help that chat
We are
is just so
forever
full of
in your
subs
debt.
sometimes.
Lol.
cheered with 2,410 eggy bitties.
Vari! Thank you so much for those biddies. Thank you guys so much for that support. It really means so much to me. Alright, I updated that section to clarify that. These particular little patch hotfixes, as I'm kind of calling them, I'm not going to be doing the highlighting thing on them because they're not major updates. And I don't want to deal with a bunch of little... Oh yeah, I updated one word here so it's more clear. I don't want to deal with highlighting all of that and changing highlights, so yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree with that 100%.
It's how it was meant to work in the first place. We just, it wasn't clarified well enough.
Yep. I mean, you did also say, like, a while ago that, like, if it's going out in the middle of a month, or, like, not on the first, then it's a hotfix. And hotfixes are mostly just clarifications, and then, like, an occasional, oh, hey, we accidentally broke something, oopsie daisy.
Yeah. I'm not going to do the hotfix thing for these, but they are minor updates that I'll put in the patch notes for next month, but they are officially live now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bother making a post about them until next month.
Which definitely makes sense.
Unlike if we realize that, oh god, this new mechanic we just added is absolutely destroying everything. Yep, guys, sorry for the pig, but we're rolling that back.
Yep.
I apologize in advance if I'm a little quiet tonight. I am still recovering from a bunch of overtime this week so far.
It's okay, I understand. Alright, so that section's taken care of. Specify that light weapons can make a single attack as a quick action.
Yeah, that was in the initial thing that I put together. I just didn't make the transfer, so I was like, light weapons can make an attack as a quick action. And then that was the thing that they were supposed to be able to do. It wasn't in the doc.
Yes.
A small little minor thing to have a reason to keep around, like, a single light weapon if you're not going to be Fury attacking with it.
And the hype train is away! Thank you all so much for the level 7 support, the 31 subs, and the 2,510 biddies. You guys are incredible. I cannot do this without you all. Thank you so much. I think originally I was planning to put into the, I think I was originally planning to put into the feats, you know, the actual proficiency for light weapons, which we do need to figure those out. A section about them being, you know, able to be used for quick attacks.
Yeah.
But
Which definitely makes sense. I was just more like going off of, oh hey, this isn't actually in the rules.
you can't make Fury moves at base power? What do you mean by that, Vari?
As a starting character, you can. You can literally do it as a starting character, because it takes 2 power. The power scaling is 4 plus 2 per, divide by 2 for quick action, or 2 per 5. So that puts you at 6 at the beginning, which goes down to 3. Fury only costs 2 power, and 15 XP, which means it's within XP and power cap. You could have a 15 XP starting Fury move.
Yeah.
We made sure of that.
Explain this power 2 stuff, because when we were looking at the book and we were making his starting moves, he wanted to do a Fury move.
Yeah, you can do a Fury move.
So Fury moves are going to have to be quick actions, correct? Moving
Yes.
forward? Okay,
Yeah.
and the base cost is 15 experience.
Yes.
So as a starting character with 8 dots, the 15 experience covers all of a quick action,
Yes.
starting off.
And you also have enough power cap to do it as well. Because the power cap is because the power cap is by base 4 plus 2 per 5 attributes, 8, 5, that you're in that bracket, so you have a total of 6 at game start. Divide by 2 for it being quick action, because you have 50%, and that's 3 power cap. Using putting Fury on it takes 2 power cap. So you're also within power cap.
Yes, but that's still more than 15 experience. You have to add a negative on.
No. Power cap doesn't mean you have to purchase power. It's just how much
I know
power.
I know that, Tal. What I'm saying is that otherwise you're going to, because it costs 15 experience for Fury,
Yes.
and a power is 5 experience, so power cap being 2 means that's 10 experience. That's a total of 25 experience. What Vari is saying...
No. Power cap is how much things that are in the power section that you can have on a move. +1 power is in the power section and costs 1 power cap.
We might... Okay, now I'm confused.
Okay, here. I'm just going to go to...
Because
I know we have a section on this.
Give me just a moment, and I'll try explaining.
Alright, here. Just directly out of power cap. All sources of power feed into the same cap. The basic plus power +1 counts as 1 towards the power cap. All other move traits under the power category count for 2 points towards the power cap. If your power cap is currently 10, you can have 1 set damage, 1 damage over time, 1 building damage, 1 heal power, and 2 regular power on 1 move. The power cap is a separate thing from the XP. It's just saying that, like, because technically speaking, you could make a move that has, is within the XP requirements, but you just put every single XP point into power, and then you one-shot everything.
Well, I get the power cap, Taldarius. What I'm saying is the experience cost of a move at base without a negative, a power 1 Fury move without taking a negative would be 20 experience. So you need to take a 5 experience drawback to make that move at base level.
Oh, so
That is
you can
what
have a 0 power damaging move,
Yes.
which
You
means
can?
you don't
I
need
thought
to
you
put
had to have
+1.
power
Oh!
1.
No.
Oh no!
What?
Poseidon!
Oh, the giant duck. We might need to make sure that's more clearly written because I thought you had to have a power 1 on any attacking move.
No.
Uh,
Because you have to remember your strike is also a base power 0. All moves start at base power 0. You could technically have a move that has 0 base power and a shit ton of accuracy and use it for, like, parries.
Bearing in mind, strike is specifically called out as a 0 power attack move.
Yeah, but you can also upgrade it like all other moves. And in the rules, it does state somewhere in the creation. Give me a second so I can read it out. Alright, no category. Yep.
So Vari, count me as wrong on that one. You do not need 1 power on a move.
Yeah. Every new move starts with 0 power, 0 accuracy, and no extra effects.
so that is actually a mistake. You are both right. In the rules, yes, Tal is right, but that is a mistake on my part. It is intended that for you to actually make an attack, you do have to have a power, at least 1 power. Otherwise, the move, it's because, like heal power. You don't necessarily attack somebody with that. And so that's kind of what you have to have at least 1 power.
So 0 power and non-damaging are 2 technically different things.
Yeah. Well, technically they are 0 power and non-damaging are the same thing, except for strike. Strike is the only exception on that. That is a clarification that we need to make on the rules.
Okay, yeah.
That said, I am okay with that being a thing of they do have to take a negative for using a Fury move at character creation. But I will also point out that you only need to get 2 attributes to then get rid of that. Which most storytellers should give that out pretty quickly. The 8 to 10 attributes is basically the same as D&D's level 1 through 3. Where, you know, technically they exist, but they get moved through really, really fast.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, we're definitely going to need to clarify that. Because also, this implies that if you buy something in the power move traits like a guaranteed damage, it still doesn't count as damaging if you have to purchase a point of power.
No. I'm gonna clarify it, but it is... in order to do damage, you do have to have one of those things in there of particular types. So you need to have power, guaranteed damage, damage over time, or building power. Or draining over time, yeah.
This also opens up the funny possibility that you grab increased crit chance with no damage.
Yes, but if they don't read the rules and don't understand that that's how it works, then yeah.
Alright. So for a starting Fury move, you just have to take, like, -1 accuracy, and then you're at 14 out of 15 XP, and you have a Fury with 1 base power plus 1 move. Alright, but yeah, that definitely does need to be clearly communicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a section for that right now.
Yeah, and as an FYI, I've started to push the narrative that the book is law.
Yes.
Moving forward, I've been telling a lot of people the book is law. The devs can be wrong. Pay attention to the book. If 2 devs tell you 2 different things, go to the book. And don't be cross with us if we're wrong, because I've heard a couple of players get a little upset with us because one person says one thing and another person says another. Just for anybody out there, the book is law. We're human and or dragons. We got a lot of stuff in our heads. And then there's Zim, who is whatever he is currently today.
Yeah.
I
do try to reference the book whenever I can. It's just also don't always remember it, or it's not the clearest, and so I'm just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna have to, like, you know.
Or if you say something in passing, we're gonna make the quick rule. Like, I have the bad habit of doing the GM thing where we'll be in the middle of a game and somebody will be like, how's this work? And I'll be like, it works like this for now. Until we read the book and somebody corrects me, it works this way, because that's just what I'm used to doing as a GM.
Yeah, I'm. I do that as well. It's just stuff that we should be making notes of to go over later or clarify in order to clarify or whatever.
Yeah. Just putting it out there. Book is law. So if we could get that in there, that'd be great, Zim. I'd appreciate it. Now I want to make a t-shirt that says the book is law.
Could you read off the list of the ones that do damage, please?
Alright, power, guaranteed damage, damage over time, building power, and draining over time.
Thanks, Whiskers.
Oh, Whiskers, you are wonderful. Yeah, that is kind of intentional as well, Vari, is that we don't really want people grabbing Fury at character creation. And if they are gonna grab it, it's gonna be very, it's not gonna work well.
Yeah, well, to be fair, like, even with Fury, like, you could only use it to, like, Fury multi-attack with, like, 2 attacks. At character creation. Which, to be fair, is, like, twice the amount that other people get, but, you know. You know, that's assuming that you try and maximize it, because I did double check. You can get 5. Or not, sorry, 5. You can get 5 accuracy at start, which means, you know, you can very easily do a 5 accuracy attack and then a 2 accuracy attack at character creation. And that's also not assuming that you use your, assuming that you don't use your specialty to get something valid for whatever Fury attack you made, and then, you know, you have 6, and then if you have a starting boon item to get +1 more accuracy, then all of a sudden you're sitting at a cool 7 accuracy. So I guess if you start with boon items, you could technically Fury attack 3 times at character creation. Not that it's the most effective thing. I just more thought it was interesting that I guess if you start with boon items, you can actually Fury attack 3 times.
Alright, I have put in there a text block explaining this. If you guys could read over that. It's on page 73.
Why am I not signed in? Let's fix that. There we go.
Alright, yeah, that works, I think.
I'll read over it once I get there. Page skipping is being a butt.
Hope you're doing well, Zerd. Sorry I didn't get to read the plot thing last night. Was busy with things and kind of forgot.
That looks fine to me. Move staging is extremely valid, Vari. Once you get through the early levels, having everything set up will probably make your life slightly easier, maybe.
Yep, I did make those new move boxes on the 1.4 sheet. That honestly makes life so much goddamn easier.
And you can indeed refund things if you change your mind, so.
Yes, you can.
Yep. It is a nice thing that exists.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, Zoda was talking with me about setting ideas stuff because I am the dev that is not in the game. Which means he won't accidentally be, you know, hyper spoiling shit for all of you.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was about to make the joke until we bother you into hyper. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. That'd be mean.
I'm gonna consider that one of the hotfix things, though, because that was the original intention. It was just not worded clearly.
Oh.
Alright, we need to come up with shield rules. I agree. I am not certain how to do it.
I do have an idea, because I did think it over, obviously. They would probably work best, like, as opposed to being their own thing entirely. We did have... we did have some stuff here. Let me pull it up. I go to sheet 1. I think it was on sheet 1.
Well, while you're looking that up,
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to find the correct because I know me and Era had the idea for things specifically to like, you know, like weapons to effectively add to your defenses.
Didn't we call that parrying or something like that?
We used something else because parry was a thing,
Right.
but we did call it something like that. I don't know if we kept it in. I don't think we kept it in yet, but I was thinking about... here it was. Deflecting versus ranged attacks, and fortify for melee.
Yes.
So we could utilize, basically make it a weapon, so that way it's very clear that it is able to be used to like hit people if needed, and all of that. But we can make it so that way it can gain things like deflection and fortify in order to beef up your evasion a bit.
so I want to have shields, but my biggest concern with them is simply between armor and natural defenses, we have a lot of means of avoiding damage as is. I don't know if we want to include yet another potential source of protection of that variety. But maybe we could have them instead help protect against critical hits. Like
You could also do
different...
exactly. Oh, go ahead.
They would, of course, be able to be used as weapons as well, but depending on... One sec. Sorry. Depending on the tier of the shield, it could do a protection... You know, it could raise the threshold for you being hit by a critical hit by, 2 points or something.
Alternatively, we could do exactly what Starfinder did and just be like, it's 2 to evasion flat. Done. You can have a shield, this is what it gives you.
The only problem with that is that we've got tiers for equipment. That is literally my only issue with this, is the tiers to equipment, and kind of need to have a growing capability on that front. But
I definitely don't want to treat shields like armor.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying, like, I would prefer treating them like weapons that could get some defensive traits on them before treating them like armor.
Yeah.
Because we could also make it so that way if we do treat them like the whole weapons thing, we could also just make it that, like, let's say you use it as a part of an attack. Well, you're using it offensively, so we could always do the thing if you, like, shield bash, you lose its defensive properties.
Oh, Vari has a point from Starfinder 2. Readying a shield is actually, or to actually get the benefit, cost, and action. So I guess in Starfinder 2, to gain the benefit of having a shield, you have to actually ready it.
All right, so yeah, what if we make it so that way to activate things like the deflection and fortify trait on like a shield, you have to, do something like
Brace.
use a quick action or brace.
That eats up action economy, so that would end up being a trade-off.
Yeah.
Okay, ADHD moment, but, how did you use the Gigantify and emote without using bits?
It should have cost bits. It charged me bits.
Oh, I guess the activity feed is just bugged, because it says that you use 0 bits.
I'm just that amazing. Dragon magic? I don't know.
Bro.
Which owed me a solid, and I just used it.
Fair enough.
Maybe I got shadow banned. Ooh.
I don't know about having to use an action for it. Like, it does make sense.
All right.
I
What
guess
if
a
we do
quick
the thing
action
that we-
would work.
I was about to say, it would definitely have to be a quick action, not a standard. Standard would be too much. But we could also have it do a thing where, like, passively you choose one, and then if you activate it, you would get, like, both? I don't know how to feel about that, but, like, that is technically an option.
I think, I think what we should do for this is a bonus to evasion, as well as an adjustment to the chance to be critically hit.
Well, if it's affecting your evasion, it's also doing that.
Oh, right. I guess that is fair. Okay, then just affecting evasion, I think. I do think, yeah, quick action to activate it could work. We could put in a feat upgrade that makes it so it's half effective at all times or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good feed.
Without needing an
Sorting
action.
Do you think it should give a bonus to bracing at all? Considering what bracing does.
I'm just not certain what it could give to that.
If you use it while bracing, it also equally upgrades your integrity.
That's also another feed option, honestly, if you want to make
Yeah,
that.
I was about to say, you could also make that a feed option if you don't want that to be one that exists by base, but, that is an option.
Yeah, we could have that as a feat, probably.
Because we definitely want more feats. I think I left a note for you, too. For a feat that we need to make sure to add at some point.
Make sure you put that stuff in the Scar Suggestions channel. That's kind of where I'm keeping all of that stuff.
Okay.
Because I do look through there.
Same, even though most of it's stuff that I'm not involved in. Because I'm normally not involved with the, what's the word for it? Creature design. And it mostly tends to be used for, like, people's ideas for, like, creatures and things like that.
Yeah, but there's also been a lot of feat suggestions in there.
Yeah, which I do read through those.
Yeah. Welcome back, Linux. Yeah, go ahead and leave those in the Scar Suggestions channel. I do delete things when I've actually implemented them or made a decision on them, but yeah. So I think we've got shield rules. They will give a bonus to evasion when used with a quick action, and otherwise can function like a weapon. Tal, I will ask that you put together the numbers on that.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably just have one of each tier. Actually, what about them utilizing the cover system?
Well, the thing is also that it only that there is like only like effectively 2 versions of cover if you don't count the one where it's like, hey, you can't attack people because you can't see them.
Fair.
I think the only time that might be applicable is if we were going to do the whole tower shields are a thing. And
Well, I
people
was just...
typically don't all around shields that big.
Yeah. Oh, no worries, Linux. I understand how that goes. But yeah, that was just a random idea I had. We could possibly have it as a feat later for, you know, being able to
we could
use a
definitely
lower level of it.
It could definitely be implemented, that's for sure.
But by base, just bonus to evasion.
I mean, honestly, that's all it really needs in order to be viable.
Yeah. But yeah, just give me those numbers. I will cross that off for now.
Yep.
Chapter 5, all good for now. Now, what could that
Yep,
mean?
because we have... it means that it's all good for now, because we also have unimplemented rules that we said we're going to be implementing into that chapter.
Let's see. What is wrong? All good for now. What could that mean? What could be wrong with this?
Don't worry. All of the budget for Chapter 5's things went into Chapter 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was the combat section. You already knew it was coming.
Yeah. 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 Okay, first one. We said we wanted people to be able to attack as a quick action if they had a quick action move in addition to their normal attack. We should specify this capability if we still want it.
To not specify that they're able to do it in the attack action.
Oh, you're reading off of Teledarius's list. I looked at this and went, I'm just going to skip this entire section. There's a lot of words here. I'm sorry, Tel.
There are a lot of words there, yes. I'm glad you
Sleep
noticed.
well, Linux, and sleep well, Beerus.
Random side tangent. Teldarius, since I know you also do costuming, don't you love it when you're looking at costume pieces and you end up on a website that's obviously a Chinese website, and you would really like to find a better place to buy them?
Yeah.
They have really cool robes, and they probably actually look good, but I'm not going to give my money to some company off in China and wait a year and a half to get it.
Good night, Linux. Alright, I updated the standard action section. I think that's probably the best place to have put it, because it's where I also specified you can only do one attack action. So, you are limited to only one attack action per turn unless you have a quick action attack. Work? Or no?
Do we want to do the asterisk C full attack for alternate or yada blah? However you want to word that.
I don't know what else we would have in there.
No,
I
what
mean-
go ahead.
I mean, another thing to keep in mind is that in the attacks action section, it says they are all standard actions.
Ah, that is something that'll need to be removed.
Yeah.
Or we'll just, by default, they are all standard actions. Anything else to fix on this?
I think that's fine.
Okay. Page 57.
Wow.
Actually, do we want to have penalties for using both a quick action attack and standard attack? And have a feat that removes that?
I'd say no because people are going to lose track of that immediately.
Fair enough.
They are not going to remember that.
I laugh because it's true, because I know even I would forget immediately.
Alright, should defensive maneuver penalty make it so you can only attack with a chance die instead of an automatic botch? It only removes dice after all non-imposed automatic failures results.
It does say this can render you with an automatic botch.
I mean, part of that is I didn't want somebody to build up a penalty super high and still have that chance die. So I think this is a point for discussion of what we want to do there.
Sorry, you spaced out. What were we talking about?
Okay, so we're discussing whether the defensive maneuver penalty, which is every time you take a defensive maneuver, you get a stacking -2. Accuracy on your next attack, accuracy dice specifically. It specifies that this can render you with an automatic botch instead of only allowing you to make an attack with a chance die. My question about that is, well, with how chance die are, and the fact that it doesn't give you automatic failures, if it's appropriate that it causes a botch.
I don't know about how I feel about automatic botches. Wouldn't that just dissuade people from using defensive actions?
No, because in order to get to like an automatic botch, you have to use it like multiple turns in a row without
making an attack.
making an attack. Which an attack would also include like applying a condition to an enemy, reducing their stats. You would literally have to take defensive actions and like just be self-buffing, or like, you know, buffing your allies for an extended period of time.
Vari is saying he likes chance dice. Vari, I don't know why you like chance dice. The chance dice that we've always rolled for you have always bit you.
Yeah, the part that since it only renders you with minus dice, that's where I'm a little bit on it giving an automatic botch, and I want to bring it up for some discussion.
I guess what's the threshold for an automatic botch to happen?
It depends on your accuracy.
Hmm.
It'd be the same either way. It would have to reduce you to effectively below 1 dice able to roll.
There comes a point where when we hit higher levels, that threshold is going to end up getting pushed out further and further anyways.
Yeah, but this is very relevant for lower levels.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm leaning away from just causing automatic botches. At least that's my opinion. I just don't like them. You could always put it in a rule that you can never go below 1 accuracy. At that point, you just can't use a defensive maneuver.
I think that might be what we go with then.
Just to put a cap on it.
That sound good to you, Tao?
Yeah, sure.
I know at low levels that means you're going to only probably be able to use 1 defensive maneuver before attacking, but
No, even at lower levels, you still will probably be able to use it
use
2 or 3
if
times.
you could use it 2 times at game start. 3 you can't really do because then it would put you at or below 0. Because like even if you did the thing where like you could start with like 6 accuracy, like base accuracy, you can't go below 1, so you'd have to get to 3. Or you'd have to get to 7 at least in order to not, you know.
yeah, I just don't like giving automatic botches.
Actually, where do I say that there is an automatic botch on this? 'Cause it's not in the it's not in the box here.
Brace section, paragraph 2. If you choose to continue using brace on your next turn and do not make an attack, then your next attack action would have -4 dot penalty and so on. This can render you with an automatic botch.
Ah. You know, I think I'm gonna go ahead and just remove this section from the brace maneuver altogether and just have it explained in the defensive maneuvers box.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just more that because it was there, you know.
Again, consolidate instead of explaining the same rule a dozen times. Alright, if you guys could read that and let me know what you think of that wording.
I went.
It says if you do not have enough AC, just so you know. Instead of accuracy.
What?
If you do not have enough AC in the brace section.
I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about the box.
Okay. I thought you were just talking about in general.
No, I'm gonna remove it from the brace section altogether. This is gonna be explained in the box, which has moved to the next page. Sorry. Deleted the stuff from brace and it moved it back up.
Okay. Obviously, this means I have to completely restart.
Obviously. And then reread it the fourth time again.
Alright, I will stop editing the document. Read it.
It seems fine to me. Let me double read it one more time here.
Good night, Brian. You're a good pet.
Pedantic English, do we need the word and such? Or the words and such?
I did put in and such in particular because while we don't currently have anything, there could be something eventually that... Like, I don't think using a shield would be considered a defensive maneuver, for example, but it is still a defensive action.
Okay.
but it's not a move. Did we lose Tao?
No, I was just thinking.
Okay. I'm just waiting to continue editing.
I know, right? No, I mean, I think it's definitely fine. This does bring up the next item that I did want to bring up, which is just, hey, do we want to consider the possibility of a feat that lets them use more than one defensive maneuver a turn?
Well, let me finish doing this editing. Let's finish this. Is this
We
good?
made him wait. We can wait.
Well, the reason I was bringing it up is because it was also related to this, but yeah.
Hey, Tiberian.
But yeah, I think it's fine.
There, I'll put into all of the defensive maneuvers. This is considered a defensive maneuver, which has special rules. See the defensive maneuvers rules box. That's what I'll call those. One more details. There.
All right.
An updated parry. And then the other one was just cleanse, right? Which has its own special rules.
Yep,
Yeah.
that it does.
Okay. I think this is a major enough one that I shouldn't consider it a, I don't think I should consider it just a hotfix, so... Also, at some point, I'm going to need to write a section explaining... Because I think we need to clarify natural versus artificial for accuracy, and... Because we've kind of brought it up a little bit, like, with multi-attack.
Yeah, it does specify that, like, yeah.
So having one place to explain, this is what natural versus artificial is. Would be a
Do you
good
want
idea.
to do another rules box for that?
Probably. Just trying to think of where to put that. Do we want it in the combat section, or do we want to actually make it a proper section in the chapter 1, where general rules are, because it could apply to outside of combat?
I'd say general rules. If we're going to use the term, it's going to become widely used very quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Because
If it's going to be, yeah.
You've heard the plastic and natural 20.
My table normally used nat 20 and mod 20.
A lot of the tables have been started using plastic and natural 20 because it's funny.
I haven't heard plastic personally, but
I mean, I can definitely
The
see
one
it
I-
being used. I'm just saying, I'm used to mod and nat.
I am used to nat and dirty. Such a dirty 20.
So many funny terms.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to revamp the layout of the general rules section. But for now, I'm just gonna put it in here. Let me just write this up real quick. Shouldn't take too long.
Hey, Tel, did you just want to drop that feat suggestion in the dev room, and I'll just dump my feat suggestion in the dev room, so that way they're there and noted somewhere?
Which suggestion do you want me to drop in there?
You said making it so that way people could do several defensive actions.
Oh yeah, my feed ideas. For chapter 6, I actually threw in a couple of feed IDs.
Actually, I forgot that we have a, we already have a dice pool section, so I'll just put a rules box under that. Because that would be the best place to put it. Because this is about dice pools.
Yeah, I was more thinking about something else.
Joke.
Hey, Pikesh, yeah, just working on the scar system. So, clarification for natural dice pools. Something that I did want to go over with you guys. Do we want to... Like, obviously it's not going to include modifiers from moves. So, your natural accuracy is not going to include that +1 from your move's accuracy. However, do we want to also include things like armor or boon items?
I think boon items, yes. Armor, no, because again, it's a modifier.
Do we want
Agreed.
to include specialties?
I'd say specialties we probably should, because at least the way that we described specialties before, I don't know if we still have it do it like this, was that it made it so that way you would treat the skill itself as being higher.
Fair. Alright.
I can double check and see if we did in fact describe it like that. But that was at least how we originally.
The lovely when applicable asterisks.
Yep.
That reminds me. No, I think he left. He might not be here anymore.
Who? What?
Zerda.
It does say specialties grant bonuses to your skills when they're used in situations where the specific specialty would be useful.
Yeah, we'll allow them to apply.
Oh, he is still there. At some point, Zerda, I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you about your first impressions of the system and how understandable things are, so I can do secret QA behind Zim's back.
I mean, I'd be for it here on voice as well.
Yeah,
I know
well,
he was originally going to go through and do some editing, but we kind of axed that fast because some of it is specific wording type stuff that he was editing.
Yeah, I will say, at the very least, that he did in fact say when, like, we were just casually chatting about some shit, that he was going to like half watch some stuff in order to see how the party interacted with stuff. I think he was watching like some of the Thursday game stuff, and then was going to read the rules a bit after. I don't know if he was still doing that.
Yeah, but sometimes just a friendly little sit down and be like, okay, so what are your first impressions? Because I've been trying to get first impression notes from everybody and their first impressions. Because first impressions are really huge on anything. And if somebody sits down and finds it super really confusing, I need to know what from first exposure. After you read the rulebook.
Do we want to include buffs with the natural dice pull? Like if you've got a buff to accuracy.
For stat changers, I don't think stat changers should factor into natural.
Okay.
I think things that affect the skill itself should. So, like, if you have a boon item that raises the skill, or I guess raises the accuracy, because that's more permanent.
Yeah, I was about to say quote-unquote permanent versus temporary.
Yeah.
Well, armor and stuff, I don't think we want part of it, even though those are permanent as well. But boon items,
not armor.
yeah. No, I'm good on food, thankfully, Pakesh. Yeah, Zerda, I understand that. But also, it's, I like it. I like the opening with the little scene. Well, Greaves is the gnome.
Greaves is the gnome, yeah.
That is indeed the gnome's name. Technically, little opening scenes are very common like that in certain RPGs, or TTRPGs. You see it in
It is, in
White
fact,
Wolf and
very
Savage
common.
Species does that, and I think Shadowrun did that too.
Exalted does.
Exalted, I think, is part of the White Wolf set, isn't it?
It's complicated because White Wolf technically doesn't exist anymore. It's now Onyx Path, but sometimes White Wolf applies to just the World of Darkness stuff, but also Exalted is technically part of World of Darkness. Like, from what I understand, the lore is that Exalted takes place thousands of years before World of Darkness. And technically all the Exalted were, you know, the Lunars became the werewolves, and the, I think the Sidereals became the mages and so on, but yeah.
Gotta love it.
Complicated lore that is probably tied in just because they wanted to tie it in rather than it actually being tied in.
To be fair, that's like 0% surprising. Considering they also made it so that way, you know, all of the various, like, World of Darkness books were, technically speaking, canon to each other, while also having wildly incompatible rule systems at times.
Yeah. Alright, if you guys could go check page 9, please.
Natural versus artificial pools.
There we go.
Yep, that's understandable to me.
Well, Zerda, I will say that Whiskers is open to commissions right now.
Yes, that is clear to me.
Okay. So that way we can reference that later on, like with the multi-attack and defensive maneuvers. I will make a note of that in the to-do list.
I don't
I'm
think
gonna be off.
Whiskers is doing the game icons. I think somebody else is.
Yeah, Mirai is going to be doing the game icons, but that doesn't mean that Whiskers can't do a, you know, talkie icon for you. And we've got a few meme ones that are discounted in the, you can see them probably most recently in the ZGF art channel on the Discord.
Like this
Whiskers is the artist that's on the screen right now.
This is a good meme one.
Just message me for getting that done. Yeah, you don't message Whiskers directly, you message me, like with all the artists that I manage for. It makes things much cleaner for keeping track of things. Okay, so, that is taken care of. Should defensive maneuver... Alright, we already took care of that. We should probably make a feat that allows people to make more than one defense maneuver a turn. I'm good with that. Please throw that into the Scar suggestions.
I threw it into the Scar dev already.
I would like it in Scar suggestions, please.
Alright. Arrow, you're gonna have to move your shit too then.
I know, I'm already doing it. Era dumb.
Taldarius's icon is done by Mirai Zerda, the one he's currently using. Era's is done by Whiskers.
Yes. I have several. So.
And the theme of the server is not Pokemon specifically. Yeah, now Era has changed to one done by Mirai as well. But yeah, the server is definitely not Pokemon themed. Like, right now I'm using a Digimon as my, you know, hi.
Alright, I can be dad for a moment. Dad for a moment.
Yeah, but you forgot about me.
I did not forget about you.
But earlier you were saying with everyone I was, and it's like I'm right here.
Yeah, you're you, but there's also like 5 other yous that aren't canon to you. So the not me that plays me, that creates me, and makes sure that I do the me things, or didn't have a good way of wording that there is multiple yous that aren't you, but are other versions of your you that you use. Yes.
Are you trying to get me off of your back just by confusing me?
No, if I wanted to confuse you, I'd throw a cookie 2 different ways. It worked last time.
That's mean.
Am I wrong?
Zerda, it's also not Digimon either. Like, we're going to actually be making our own bestiary for the Scar system. We welcome all kinds.
We will have, like, some things related to different, like, franchise things for, like, more supplemental stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, you know, we are doing our own thing here. It's just obviously doing, like, a Pokemon game or whatever is going to be a hell of a lot more popular and easier to set up.
Yeah, we already have there's the Pokemon games, there's the Digimon games that have already been set up. There's also somebody that started working on an entire Monster Hunter setting. I'm working on an alt setting. So, well, I'm half working on an alt setting. I've only got so much me. So there are other settings that are not Pokemon and Digimon out there that people are contriving and creating. It's just Pokemon and Digimon are 2 very large draws for people to play with. And currently what we're most doing.
Yeah, the reason why we've got so many Pokemon and Digimon games is simply a matter of convenience. Well, and the fact that they are popular and draw people in.
They're very popular.
Yes.
Because I definitely will not discount the fact that I am running a business here. I want as many eyes on the channel as possible.
Zim is a full-time streamer. Me and Teldarius unfortunately work for a living.
Hey, I work too, thank you very much.
Yeah, but you stream. We work for others for a living. Is that better?
I will
Is that
accept
better
that.
I have to go to an alternate physical location where I cannot touch any of this.
I technically work behind me, but I still work for a corporate overload that's going to make all the money versus I'm making all the money.
Yeah, that is acceptable. Though I will say, like, my boss is a jerk, so, you know. Thank you for the biddies, Spaz.
Yeti cheered with 100 eggy bitties.
Alright, so
my roommate really kicked me today. We had somebody come over and pick up a bunch of stray sticks, and do you know what he called me? His landlord.
the...
Sorry. That was a kick. I'm disappointed in myself now.
Yeah, I've got a pair of dragons in my lap here, Toshime. Which is fitting, considering I am a god, you know. Which, as we all know, is superior to dragons.
No.
Excuse me, I am a god? Okay, I'm not a god. I am a cheater.
Okay, so next section here. Cleanse got changed from every stat change to 1 negative. Can you reduce every negative stat change by 1 if you have the upgraded cleanse feat thing?
Because it lets you select one of everything. Like all the available actions, I don't know. That's not exactly entirely clear, so I thought I'd ask on your proposed feat thing.
Oh, where did I do that?
In the actual cleanse section.
Yeah. So this would be for... You could move 1 negative stat change.
Yeah, by base. I was just asking if you have the upgraded feat version thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about for the upgraded feat. It will just be 1 negative stat.
Alright.
So there's that dealt with. Yes, Zerda, the art. So the talkie icons themselves, while they've got the name and such on them, they will also be without the little plate behind them, which I then turn into a token for using on maps and such. Alright. If a combo is a mix of physical or special, it should probably go against the higher of the target's evasions and integrities the same way that a physical special meld attack does. Yes, agreed. What do we have for this?
Are you talking about for the meld thing?
No, the combo. I'm looking where to... I'm reading through the combo section to figure out where to specify this.
That's fair.
Alright. I added, these totals are then compared against the target's evasion and then integrity. It's the paragraph where, combos are an all-win or all-lose situation for accuracy, as well as getting past the target's integrity. The totals for each participant are added together, even if one of them is a botch. These totals are then compared against the target's evasion and then integrity. In the case of a combo using a physical and special attack, the total is compared against the higher of the target's relevant evasion and integrity. Sound good?
Yep, that works.
Aye.
That was more clarification, so I will... Because that's kind of how we've been treating it anyways, just didn't actually get put in the rules.
Yep. Which is what I was checking for. Because I know how it can be.
The book is law.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Sleepy a braid. Hey, Chrysovos. How are you? How was your stream? Thank you so much for that raid. It is great to have you here, as always. You delightful, adorable, cute little bwee.
A boy.
Yeah, it is rather fitting that we have Art of Sleeping, but you know. You are precious, Christophs. And thank you so much for sharing your community with me again. Let's give you that shout out. You were... Ooh, satisfactory. Very nice. I swear I will get back to that at some point. After I'm done with the cardboard crack. Congrats on the 10 stream streak there, Christophs. Alright, so that section is done. Parry should be specified to say that you can choose which attack to parry. You are not forced to parry the first valid attack that comes your way. Yes. That was another one of those cases of that was the intention, but guess it didn't get put into the rules.
Yep. Which I completely understand. It's just that I was like actually trying to be a stickler for that.
Oh, yes.
This time, unlike the other times I was reading through it, and I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I am all for you being a stickler on that, because that is something that would have come up later eventually. And kind of like that whole confusion, which, by the way, anybody out there that's listening, if you are confused about anything with the rules, please bring it up. Even if you think you understand it after rereading it, it's okay to then be like, hey, this confused me. Because then I can make sure that the wording is good to, you know, for everybody.
And is not, in fact, the garbage.
Exactly. Sleep well, Christophs. Alright, so something we should discuss. Obviously, they should decide before they know the results of the roll. Whether they're going to parry or attempt to parry it. But if they want to wait to parry the power of it, do we want to allow them to get the, let them wait and see, okay, this attack actually hit, now I'm going to parry the damage.
Well, I mean, if they're waiting for like an attack to be about to hit them, I feel like it's reasonable for them to wait to know if it's actually going to hit them before. Because if you're able to just dodge it normally, like let's say you're like, oh hey, I can dodge this normally, I don't need to like try and shunt it and like reduce the damage it's going to deal to me, as opposed to like, during evasion where you're just like, oh hey, I need to parry.
Okay, so they can know that they are going to be hit, but they can't know by how much before they decide to use the parry.
Yeah. And I think that's extra fine because it's a different phase.
Yeah.
Which also increases the whole how okay I am with them knowing, because it's an entirely different phase, so like... if it's gonna be a whole new phase, like, yeah, sure, you can know the results of the previous phase.
Alright, I have put in here, you're not restricted to attempting to parry the next attack coming in. You may wait and choose which attack you parry. You may decide to attempt to parry an attack after the accuracy has been rolled, and you know whether you are hit or not, but you may not know how many successes you have to overcome. At this point, you choose whether to parry the accuracy or the power roll.
Yeah, that works. That covers pretty much every edge case that I could think of. So yeah, seems good to me. What about you, Era? We have lost the Era. Understandable.
No, I'm here. I just forgot that I was playing guitar and muted at the same time.
Okay.
I was lost in a moment there.
Understandable.
What did you ask specifically?
If the wording that you may choose to parry it once you know that you've been hit or not, but you won't be allowed to know how much you're hit by. Like, it could be by 1, it could be by 15, you'd have no idea. All you know is that you're going to get hit. And at that point, you can choose to parry either accuracy or power.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Choose one.
Yeah, unless you have feet. But yes, choose one.
Because it kind of sucked to parry something that didn't actually hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haha, you missed me. Chang, I'm gonna parry this. Ha! Ha ha ha! Extra dishonor on your fail.
Dishonor on your cow. Zim, what happened to the water in your pool? Why did it disappear?
Oh, it does that every now and then.
How do you why do you have special ducks that float on air?
Because I'm just that awesome. Again, I'm a god.
Sure it's not like borax gas or something. That could be a problem.
Maybe. Well, don't worry about it. Though the water usually doesn't disappear for this long. Oh, there it is. Alright, so next up, we should better specify and reword the strike section to make it clear that everyone has a physical and special strike by default. It is in there, but it's kind of buried, so we should make it its own clear section.
And by section, I mean, like, you know, paragraph within the rules for strike.
I don't really think it's buried, especially because I do have that highlighted.
Well,
I mean, I could just hit enter and make it its own paragraph, but...
yeah, I mean, like, it's in the middle of a paragraph.
Okay.
And
well, there you go.
Like, I'll be completely honest. No one I've talked to seems to know that they have 2 strikes without me explicitly telling them.
To be fair, I think most people just kind of ignore strike exists, period.
Which is a shame, because it's super helpful.
Yeah, people should be using it. Especially
It's like so good.
Buddy, your people need to get used to the idea that you occasionally shoulder check people before you slap at them.
Yeah, like, look, I want to get benefits from, like, even if I'm playing, like, a prototypical knight character, socking someone in the face before trying to stab them. Makes things a lot easier.
Imagine!
Remember, it was very uncommon for people to only use weapons in combat. Oftentimes combat, especially when you're fighting for your life, was a full-body affair.
Yes. I do Buhurt. I am so damn used to, like, just completely straight up 100% just getting into, like, a grapple fest against someone else in full armor because there is, like, nothing else to be done. I have a weapon and I ignore it in favor of punching them with a shield and trying to shoulder check them.
I oftentimes found myself trying to, you know, knee and kick at people's legs because they never defended their legs while in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
Then get mad at me because I'm kicking at their knees. Which, valid, but honey.
I don't know, sounds like a skill issue.
It was, and too many people are just not used to properly guarding themselves when they're fighting with weapons. They seem to think that, you know, sword fighting is an art, and it's like, no, it was you were trying to kill the other person. Please stop that.
Yep. There's a reason I like doing Buherd and not Hema. Just fucking Hema people with their, ooh, but it's not honorable. Like, yeah, I don't care. I'm not gonna be in a full armor fight going off of a hit system for points. Shut up, either you hit the ground or I do.
People are in the table.
You know, I think it might be... I haven't said anything that's favorite, Raijin, but it does seem to pull out some quotes far more often than others.
Oh, okay, Verdant. Side note, my friend was part of a lightsaber fighting community, and they begged me to do it with them once because I kept on coming over to pick up my buddy from that. And the one time I joined, I hip checked somebody and got immediately ejected.
Yep, and that's why I I said Hema people in a negative connotation.
You can't do that. You wouldn't do that in a lightsaber fight. I just did.
Also, that's where you're wrong, because I totally would, in a heartbeat.
Honey, you left an opening. I took it and then made more openings for me. Why wouldn't you do this?
No. Everyone knows that you're not allowed to, in a fight for your life, hit people below the belt.
Okay, enough side conversation.
Yeah.
You and I will go on about that forever.
I definitely like the idea of a feat for strikes to be upgraded with affinity, but that's, well, probably not a... I don't know if I want to make that a feat. Might be a special mechanic. I don't know if 25 XP is worth it for that.
It means that your strike also gets stab.
Yeah.
Fair.
And also, if it counts as being affinity, it also removes the 1.5 times.
No, that would still be there.
Oh, okay. I thought it was there because it was technically speaking untyped, and so you couldn't have an affinity for it.
No, it's there for the sake of it's there for balance because strike again is not considered an attack. So we want it to be more expensive to upgrade, and it's got that special mechanic about the hit stun. So we wanted more expensive to upgrade on that.
Alright. I misunderstood why it was like that.
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with the typing.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was feat worthy, because I was like, oh, you know.
But I could see like 10 XP for being able to make it a type for stab. And, you know, effectiveness.
Yeah.
We can go ahead and put that.
We could also merge it in with eras like, you know, can strike as a quick action. Call it like, you know, strike proficiency or something.
Yeah, we can do that. That's good with me. And in that case, we can, I think in that case, we'll make it where you can type your strike to whatever affinities you have.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which can be strong, but, you know.
You're burning a feat on it at that point.
Yeah.
Though having strike as a quick action is going to be very nice.
However, that is all the time we have, unless people aren't gathered up.
Let me look.
We only have Demon.
Well, Ido's in chat, so Ido can pop in whenever we yell at him.
Don't worry, we're only halfway through chapter 6.
is Enja?
Probably dealing with dogs or something. That's what he's
Yeah.
normally doing.
We can go ahead and keep going here then.
Do one more thing. Salt.
Hey, Salt. Alright, attack of opportunity. Oh, right. Just update your. Because I'm guessing you put it in suggestions.
Era did.
Yeah. Go ahead and edit that and put in the affinity thing so I remember.
Joke.
Ido says he lost power. He doesn't know when he'll be back.
Oh. Oh no.
Ah.
Well, they are getting a hurricane down there right now, so.
True.
Yep, so you want me to update? Where is that? Suggestions. Edit. What do you want to call it now? You said strike proficiency, right?
Yeah, and just put in there that you can use any affinity you have.
And I'm assuming that's specifically a choice to either add or do not add. So I'm going to add that in parentheses. There we go. It is updated. Yeah, it's a pretty big hurricane too from out looking at the radar, so I'm not surprised that it is knocking a couple of people out.
Yeah, I don't want to, I don't want Ido to miss out on the... I don't want him to miss out on the last session of the side game. No. So, I'm gonna call it canceled unless, yeah. Just, I mean, provided Dinja's able to do, you know, the next 2 weeks instead of just this week and next week.
I am crushed. How dare! Oh, there's Raharu.
I was like, why is my room so hot? And I realized, oh, hey, I don't have my fan on. I'm dumb.
Yeah, if this were not the last session, I'd say let's go for it, but, it's the last session,
the
so...
finale. The finale's always important.
Oh, you gotta have everybody around for the finale.
Exactly. So in that case, we can continue with the dev stuff. I want to knock out everything in the chapter 6 there. Alright, so attack of opportunity specification should really be done. I agree. Currently we have a temporary table here for attacks of opportunity. I'm not certain what else we want to add to that, though.
What page number is this on?
Page 62.
I hit a button and jumped right to where you were for some reason, so...
Oh, fair enough.
Are these things that are going to trigger attacks of opportunity, or do not trigger attacks of opportunity?
They will trigger.
Okay.
These are for things that, specifically it distracts from melee. We're obviously not going to have a full list of everything.
No.
But we can have, the general ones. Right now we've got assist maneuver, which should be reworded to just, I guess doing an assist or something. Or using assist.
Using assist in combat.
Well, these are all things that if you do them within 5 feet of an enemy or whatever their threatened range is.
Yeah.
Which can only be up to 10 feet because, you can't attack with reach more than 10 feet away outside your turn.
Is that listed somewhere specifically?
The reach thing, yeah.
Okay, good. Yep, right there. Okay.
Did I mention that?
By default, these spaces are immediate spaces around you within 5 feet. The area can be expanded via feats and melee attacks with reach.
In the Chapter 7 move traits explanation section,
Oh, right, I did,
yeah.
Yeah.
As long as it's written somewhere.
So anyways, using assist, the movement and maneuver, ranged moves, ranged weapons, using an item. That's what I've got so far. Any other things that you guys can think of for what might trigger an attack of opportunity within melee?
Since we don't have specific grapple rules or anything like that, no. Or combat rules like Sunder or anything like that quite yet.
Yeah, which is actually other things that I brought up during the thing, but I do think the temporary table is fine, but we have it in the don't use color and all that, so
Good point. I will make that this one. to use, but not, it needs reworded kind of color. Or rearranged into the actual table. Editing the tables to the colorations and such that I've been using, while really nice for people to read on, they are a nightmare to, you know, add in a new line and stuff.
Oh, I bet.
Because Google.
Because any form of document processor, whatever these are called, they're all annoying as hell. But yeah, I want to wait to actually put it into the table when we're actually certain on that. It's also part of why I've been so not wanting to put the feats onto the main document, is that requires table editing, and I hate that. It is so needlessly complicated. But yeah, nothing else you guys can think of for that?
At least not right now.
Nope.
It was just more because it was all in the temporary thing, so I'm like, we need to make this specified.
Possible extra maneuvers to consider. Sure, but could you have possibly made that more generic? Also, congratulations, whoever's looking at the document, you are a duck. Oh, right, I was gonna... Give me a moment, I was gonna send off an invoice for art real quick, and... Yeah.
Right. Can we get Quacks in chat, please? Let's not let the meme die. Quack? Quack.
Quack.
It's Zerta. Zerta is now duck.
Quack.
PayPal, will you please stop requiring me to get a code from my phone every single time I want to log in?
Oh, but you're supposed to choose all the pictures of a duck. Wait, there's more pictures of duck. Here's more pictures of duck. There's no ducks here, but you got to select something anyways. It always asks me to choose pictures of bicycles and then shows me pictures that are too blurry for me to actually see what the heck's on them.
Oh, I know that pain.
It does love to do silly things like that.
Your protection against robots is protecting you against humans. Please stop.
Or the ever lovely ones where it's like, select everything that is a car. Well, I can see a tiny sliver of the car in this one. Do you want me to select that box? Or is it, do you consider that part of the car and what I need to select, or what?
Hello, this picture's too grainy for me to actually tell what's supposed to be, so I'm just gonna select it anyways. Haha. I hope I'm right.
Yeah. Alright, so that's been sent. So... Oh, I see, I think. Possible extra maneuvers to consider charge attack.
Because we did say multiple times that we were considering, a charge. And that we never made the charge.
Should probably make the charge then, yes.
Alright, so how do we want that to work then?
I was thinking that it's basically sacrificing your defense for offense for obvious reasons. It would basically be a movement thing as well, so probably like, a full action.
I was about to say a full round act, or yeah, a full action.
Full action. And I think just reasonably make it so you get reduced difficulty on accuracy and damage, but there's also, it's the same for other people to attack you.
Okay. Run that by me again.
Okay, so more detailed. I'm thinking that for, a charge attack, it has to be a standard action or quicker. So it could be a quick or standard action attack that you're using. You get reduced difficulty on the attack and damage, but in return, until the start of your next turn, enemies have reduced difficulty on attack and damage when attacking you.
Okay, so just reduce difficulty all around, basically.
All around, all attacks regarding you.
Okay, I'm good with that.
And it's a full round action.
Oh, got it.
You charge in. I don't know how many movement actions worth we want to give them. Maybe like 2.
2 seems to be the common use across several systems, but I have seen a couple with 3 and I've seen a couple with 1. So
I think 2 would be fine.
Yeah. I don't think 3. I don't think we should do 3 with our range band system.
no. 2 should be fine. It is the common.
Yeah, I definitely do not want to go higher than 2. But I feel like 1 is not quite enough. Especially if it's both of their actions being used for it.
Yeah, it's all of their actions, both 2 standard and a quick.
So a proper full round action.
Yeah. At least that's what I was thinking. Because, if we're going to make it a full round action, it's a full round action.
Definitely going to restrict it to melee, I think.
Well, yeah.
Without a feat, because you could have a run and gun feat.
Maybe. We'll see. I have run out of my focus juice and I am already feeling the effects of the loss.
F.
I already did, Ren.
Yeah, it was mentioned in our group chat.
So do we want to require them to move so far before they can actually use it?
I think they need to move at least 10 feet. Or 15 feet, I guess.
I was gonna say 15 or 10 myself, so
Alright.
The first time someone does a charge action against someone and, like, you know, gets reach memed and knocked out, it's going to be very funny.
yes.
Because it is a movement maneuver, which means they can AOO you.
Yes.
So, you know, the first time someone actually gets, like, you know, spearman versus charge.
And a slap.
I know, Gieben. I already brought that up.
So you owe us a quack, Gimmond?
We also have gained an anonymous wolf.
Oh.
Oh, we just need a bunny in here, and the circle is complete of memery in here. Gimmond, I'm waiting for my quack. Gimmond.
Well, for a moment we had a chinchilla.
Mm.
Now we've got a dolphin.
Is somebody cycling until they become a bunny?
It could be.
Gimmond is the wolf. There's now a Dumbo octopus specifically.
I like how we've been in this document for a while and now people are flooding in to look at things.
I know, right?
Like, where the heck have you all been?
I don't know where they've been, but I mean, I guess they're here now. So I mean,
The reason why it's not using that Zerta is because you're not logged in. Only me, Taldarius, and Zim currently have access permissions, so I think we're the only ones that can show the email stuffs.
That is
Yep.
correct.
that is correct.
I find it weird that it's still only showing a letter and not my icon, but it's probably because I don't have it set up right. Oh, good night. I think no, Whiskers isn't actually going to sleep, is he?
No, he's working on a,
Ah,
yeah.
yes, that is why there are so many Anon. I just mispronounced Anon. Anon. I did that tonight.
Just as long as you do not use that non-English thing, you know, ellipses.
No, don't.
Personally, my
meme
favorite
will
thing is
never
the
die.
thorn.
What'd you say, Taldarius?
Personally, my favorite thing was the thorn and ampersand.
I'm glad I never had to explain to that woman what an ampersand was. If I ever had to do that,
I had to do that at my work on tech support because then they yelled at me for using that tech jargon nonsense around them.
Oh, I've had that. I had, back when I worked at AT&T, I had a lady call up, and the first words out of her mouth after I did, the little introduction of, hi, thank you for calling AT&T, my name is blah, 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 blah. She went, what's your real name? And I was like, well, my real name's this, which I had just said. And she's like, okay, and what country are you in? I'm like, the United States. She's like, uh-huh, and where were you born? I was like, that's a little personal, isn't it? And she was like, uh-huh, and you're not actually in the United States, so what country are you in? I'm like, the United States. She's like, no, you're not. I'm like, honey, yes, I am. She goes, okay, what state are you in? I was like, Minnesota. She was like, no, you're not. Minnesota's not a real state. I was like, honey, what state are you in? She's like, I'm from Texas, and Minnesota's not a real state. So what's your real name, and what country are you in? And I'm like, the United States, and my real name's blah. And then she was like, no, you're not. I want to talk to your manager. I was like, no, you're not talking to my manager. My name's this. I'm in the state of Minnesota. I am in the United States, and I'm a natural-born American citizen. Do you have anything I can help you with? Stop asking if you can help me and answer my questions. I did. Can we help you? Click.
I have dealt with people like that working customer service. Though my favorite was always the guy that demanded that I refer to him as Lieutenant Colonel whatever the fuck his name was. I'm like, sir, I will not be referring to you as that. I am not in the military and do not have to refer to you in that way, and it is against our policies to do so. And it went on like that for a good about a half hour before finally he asked for my supervisor. I'm like, oh, thank God. I talked to my supervisor, and she's like, oh, this is going to be good. Go ahead and just mute yourself when you get him over. Because normally, I transfer and disconnect. But she was like, just go ahead and listen in. And I get him over there, and she's like, okay, Mr. So-and-so, I understand that you have you will refer to me as Lieutenant Colonel blah! Listen here, you little shit. I am not in the military, and if you want to insist on me referring to you in that way, then you will refer to me as Madam So-and-so. Do I make myself clear? His tail went between his legs so fast. he became so meek and such after she put him down like that. Hey, Ido.
Just laugh at people like that. Mobiland. The land of mobiles. How the mobilites tonight, Ido?
Funny enough, she actually canceled his membership after that. She's like, yeah, we're not going to have you anymore.
Oh, yeah. Back when I worked at AT&T. So, fun fact, don't threaten the person on the phone. I absolutely shut down accounts if you threaten me. So, surprise, don't do that.
Damn, it's almost like being a complete dick to people doesn't pay off.
The funny thing is, even AT&T has a policy nowadays where if you cuss at an agent, they're allowed to cuss at you back. Just as a heads up, I have cussed out customers.
We weren't allowed to cuss back, but we were allowed to warn them and then disconnect the call if they continued.
When I worked for well, I also worked for a snowflake division of AT&T, so we were allowed to cuss back, and I absolutely did go off on a few customers.
My favorite was working for AAA, and that's where I got that Lieutenant Colonel whatever guy was working at AAA, because AAA is a really awesome company. I seriously have no idea how they're still in business. But they are, and they are willing to fire their customers. Because they will not put up with your bullshit if you call in and are an asshole. And also, customer service agents do have quite a bit of power in most companies. Not everyone, but a lot of them they do. And if you're nice to them, they probably will bend the rules a little bit. I know working for Comcast, we had the ability to just give a $20 credit if we felt like it.
Yeah, a lot. I used to do that all the time. If I liked you, I'd just give you discounts just randomly. Just be like, hey, there's a discount here. Do you want it?
It's almost like it's better to not be a complete jackass to people on the phone.
And don't lie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my favorite at my current job is whenever they're like, device does not work, was dead on arrival, and then we plug it in, and it turns on. And, like, that was their, like, RMA, like, you know, said that it was defective to mark it against us and not have to pay for the return shipping. Because that's the thing. If you mark it as defective, the company has to eat the return shipping cost, not you. So they would just mark it as defective. And what do you know? We find out that it still works just fine when we get it.
Yeah, TLDR, after a while of doing tech support or customer service, we can tell when you're lying. You're not going to get away with it. Don't bother. And if you lie to us and we catch you, it's not going to end well for you. Yeah. And we're going to catch you because we got your account information, for the love of God.
Yeah.
And
no, like, my manager literally just straight up goes, yeah, I accept I don't even mind eating the shipping costs if they put in their notes, I don't need this anymore. If you just say that you don't need it anymore, yeah, we'll eat the shipping cost. But if you lie and you try saying that it doesn't work, that is a whole nother matter.
Backcharging is a thing. I have sent out invoices.
Alright, so yeah, back to work here. Aim maneuver to reduce the difficulty of your next accuracy check.
Ooh, aim.
I mean...
Give up a standard action to give yourself a slight bonus.
Yeah, it's a standard action thing.
Yes.
I can get behind that.
Yeah. The only thing that I was like slightly worried about is how it'll interact with conditions and stat changes.
Do we want to make it attack only, or?
Yeah. Well, I think we'll make it attack only.
Yeah, because I can see it for statuses and stuff like that. It's hard to hold a status, but I can see why there would be concern with stacking.
Especially considering that it scales a lot harder with extra accuracy, like if you do like a condition, because remember, condition damage is based off of how many successes over their soul save you get.
Yes.
So
True.
yeah, that's why I'm a bit more worried about it compared to accuracy, where like, yeah, if you crit, that's good, but like you don't get like double crit damage, and it doesn't scale, the damage doesn't scale off of the accuracy past you critting.
Understandable. Yeah, let's just leave it as attack only then.
That like thematically I'd be fine with it, but with how like it currently works balance wise, I'm a lot more wary about that one.
Now, do we want to allow this to work on multi-attacks?
It's your next attack, so I'd say it would work on the beginning of your multi-attack, but not the entire thing.
That makes sense, yeah.
Do we want to include a feat that makes this a quick action?
I could definitely see it. Yeah. Put it in the suggestions.
Yep, just gotta find that room again. Your server's always active, Zim, so I've got to switch to clear off the big "you got a message here" things. There.
Ah, we have gained an anonymous fox.
Ooh.
Folks.
Super short, sweet, to the point. I don't see anything else to put into the aim section, you guys. It's on page 58.
This does not apply to applying conditions, stat changes, or the like. I hate English sometimes, you know that?
Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, that it does sound good to me. Looking
Yeah,
through
that's
it.
fine. I just wish there was a better wording than "this does not apply to applying."
You could say inflicting. Apply to inflicting conditions.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Sorry, that when you get word like that, it bothers me, and I don't know why.
It bothers me too.
what-
Like the number of times in this document that I have used "that said" or "so" or other things like along those lines bothers the hell out of me, but I can't think of anything better to do with them.
Did you ever hear about the store owner who named his store this and that?
Oh no.
I don't know where you're going with this, but it does not surprise me.
So there once was a store owner who had a store
This
that he
is a
named
joke,
this and
isn't
that,
it?
and he hired someone to make a sign for his store. But upon receiving the sign, he noticed that the space between this and that were different.
Yep, this one.
Okay, so moving on. That is that taken care of.
And this. And that.
We do need to touch grappling eventually. Yes, we do.
When did we start multiplying, dividing things? That's in there as a case holder. We do divide in this system a little bit here and there and multiply.
And we do multiply, yeah.
We haven't hit the weird fringe cases yet, but we made sure to put it in specifically that we follow traditional math rules, which is to the nearest integer, because negative or the concept of negatives has come up in conversation. So
Yes.
Yeah. Specifically, the technically correct thing to do is round based on the absolute number. So if it's a negative, you treat it like it's positive, follow rounding rules, and then make it negative again.
Yep.
The technical terminology on that is that we are following, because they don't have there are no actual rules like what the way you're describing, Tau. It is towards 0 or away from 0.
Well, with engineering in particular, we're told, I double-checked my shit from like all those engineering classes I was forced to take, and we were taught in engineering to do the absolute value of the number.
There's also technically theoretical math where away from 0 doesn't mean anything. But we're not going to get into that rudeness.
Anyways. And, yeah, like Era said, it's kind of future-proofing the system, as well as giving rules for if the storyteller wants to put in a particular kind of division. Like, maybe they've got a situation where they want them to divide by 3 or something.
Yeah. And we do have some funkiness already in the system with the wound system.
Oh, he's saying the reason why I confused him is because it felt out of place or where it is. It's in the general rules section, isn't it?
I think it's in chapter 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would still say it needs to be in chapter 1 because that's a moving forward concept and that's in the general rules section. So if it's there, it should imply that you will see this in the future. At least that would be the implication. Understood. I will make a side note of that to see if anybody else has that issue, though.
Yep.
I mean, I can still put in here with the general rules system. I mean, we did go over some number stuff before you get to the rounding rules.
Yeah. I see what he's saying. I can see how it's a problem. I don't see a better way of handling it currently, but it's something I will keep in mind, and if I hear other people say it, then I'll look into a better place for it later. Well, key phrase there, Zerda, is the wonderful word if. If is a very important word, especially in documents. And people ignore it. But it should be much more paid attention to. It is probably one of the more important words inside of a document, especially technical documents. It usually means that you're going to see it soon.
Yeah.
So what would I
But
know?
It's not a bad idea to think about placement and the like.
Yes. What? What is this? I just got a Steam pop-up. Hold on.
I am putting in a little note here that, you know, while some of the rules in this chapter may seem out of place, they do apply to the entire manuscript as a whole. Thus, this chapter is here to cover general rules and basics of the system. I'll actually make that a note box.
Did anybody else get the Steam pop-up?
What Steam pop-up?
We've updated the Steam subscriber agreement. Apparently, they're deciding that all disputes are to proceed in court and not in arbitration. So they're saying that we're not going to arbitrate any disputes you have with Steam.
Oh, cool.
which I'm actually okay with because
Yeah,
Arbor
I'm
Agent is
fine with
different.
no forced arbitration.
Once again, Valve being the good guys of the internet.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. I'm not used to saying we will do this in court. We're not going to arbitrate, and it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
that's
like I
forced
immediately,
arbitration?
as you were explaining it, I'm like, wait, are you saying that backwards?
No,
Yeah.
I'm used to saying it the other way. That's why I was really surprised. There was a few moments there. That's why I said hold on, because I saw that. I was like, wait a minute, is this a scam pop up? Should I be scanning my PC for viruses? Nope, that's what it says. Gaben does nothing wins again. Zerdis says context helps. Neat. Where were we?
Oh,
We
I'm
were-
putting in one of the note boxes right now to, that how they may seem out of place.
Ah.
Cause, like, yeah, some of them are out of place, but they literally have no better place than this chapter. Cause this chapter is meant to set the framework for the entire document.
Yeah.
It's the Jenga of basics. I mean, we can't do worse than Shadowrun. I'm sorry, but out of all the rule books that I've tried to read and understand and learn how to play, frickin' Shadowrun, man.
I know, right?
You have to skip between like 7 different what are they called, chapters, to understand how to do one basic thing of the system. And then it turns out you're absolutely wrong and you have to read 3 other chapters.
Now, it's not the worst book I've ever read for that, but it is bad.
Well, okay, there was also GURPS, but...
Okay, I've read the BattleTech system and played in it. You're
No, you
doing that
haven't.
across 5 different rule books at once.
As I said, no, you haven't. Nobody's managed to actually play that. You don't read that. You look at that and go, huh, and then walk away.
Nah, me and my group played it. We had to do an entire presentation at the start, like while we were making characters. Me and my buddy who actually knew how it worked.
I'm not surprised. Did you include the PowerPoints?
We might have actually done PowerPoints, yes.
You kind of have to. What's the other really confusing system? I don't remember the name of it. I just remember it was a very large black book, and it didn't exactly explain anything in the entire rule book.
Oh yeah, Zerda. Wait until you start looking at move creation there, Zerda. I know that's where a lot of players seem to really have a lot of fun.
It's also where I've had a lot of workshops.
Alright, so back to what we were working on. Grappling.
Oh, we're actually including grappling now?
We probably should.
Woohoo!
I'm guessing probably make it... I'm pretty sure we have kind of touched on it somewhere.
Honestly, I thought it was just going to just be apply the restrained condition and treat it as such.
I was about to say, like, we kind of already do have the restrained condition, but also, you know. Also, Zerda, yes, but it depends on the narrative, it depends on the narrative context behind it. Like, let's say that you're just passively keeping guard and aren't actively searching for someone, and someone's trying to, like, you know, sneak between a bunch of things and is doing things to, like, try and sneak past you. They'll count as the aggressor in the situation. It depends about who's basically taking the initiative of the scene. or the action to determine who's the attacker and defender.
Do you think we should change the verbiage to be initiator then?
Maybe.
Initiator and defender?
Initiator and reactor. I don't know. Yeah, that's specifically why we made that choice, Zerda. We were like, you know, we want people to be rewarded for actually doing that active thing.
Alright, so yeah, I'm good with just a basic grapple maneuver that can, it just applies restrained. And, well, we've got rules for the restrained condition.
At the
Pretty
very
sure.
least, it's something workable, and if we want to change it later, we can.
Yeah.
Demon, why would you try to hurt me like this? Demon, I will ground you. Remember this.
Okay, so yeah, it'll apply the restrained condition, but we will specify how it works otherwise. Where it is opposed athletics or acrobatics.
Yep.
Yes. Well, I just hit myself in the face with a hair tie, and I have no idea where it went, so it is gone. Long hair problems. I could point out the point, or the technically in legal terms, the aggressor in a situation doesn't necessarily mean aggressive action. It just means the one that initiated it, and it's very commonly used in legal documents. So, while it sounds funny, technically, terminology changes can be handled later, though.
Yep. But yeah, basically, in terms of how it actually functions, it's the initiator has like, you know, gets the tie break in situations where, like, you know, there's an initiator and a like someone who's like trying to defend or react to it. Because, you know, we do want to encourage people to do things over not doing things.
I don't know about making it a feat, but should we put in that the target can use their reaction to counter grapple if they win the grapple check? I don't think that making it a feat is worth it at 25 XP, but I could see that being a rule.
Well, we could also have the like the grapple provoke an attack of opportunity if you don't have a feat, and like in the section for attacks of opportunity, you could also do like offensive actions such as use grapple, so long as it's like a melee thing.
That feels like it's adding a lot of padding, though.
Yeah, but it was, also I was trying to think about how to make it more scalable instead of just like specifically on if they grapple.
Yeah, I don't know if counter grappling is.
I don't know. I feel like if they really want to grapple, they could just do it on their turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm just not feeling.
Yeah, and like honestly, like it doesn't have to be like a mechanical thing, because storytellers are allowed to say, yeah, you could use your reaction to grapple them if you want. It doesn't particularly have to be, you know, its own.
Alright, page 60, let me know what you think.
Are you okay, Cal? Are you sick again?
I'm all, like I constantly have a cough.
Right, my cough's been waning since I quit smoking, so.
No, I just have like asthma cough.
Did you know I've almost been cigarette free for 2 months?
Hey, nice, good job.
Yes.
It starts getting worse when I talk for extended periods of time. I literally just used my inhaler though, so you know.
Yeah, that's gonna make you cough for a while. I haven't used my inhaler since I quit
Guys,
smoking either.
guys.
Hmm.
Poke,
Yes, you're
it.
good.
I'm literally reading it while talking.
I was too. But we're good. It looks fine.
Yeah, I was
to me.
about to say, like, I went and double checked it. Yeah.
Good night, Ren. Alright, so that is grapple. Next up on the list, sundering. Oh god. Where are we at this with this? Okay. I can give this another hour. I do need to step away real quick, but go ahead and discuss how we want sundering to work. I will be listening.
Alright, I'm thinking +1 difficulty on accuracy stage. Because, you know, it's harder to sunder a specific item than it is compared to hit someone.
Okay. Am I muted? I'm not muted. Good. No, I'm fine with that. Are we going to be doing full damage to the item in question, or are we going to be doing something fancy? Are we allowing moves to be used for this, actually?
I mean, I'd say, you know, valid damage dealing attacks.
Okay. Is that increased accuracy only going to be accuracy rolls, or are we also going to be adding it to damaging?
I'd be fine with either. It's just, you know. I do think that absolutely it should be plus difficulty to accuracy.
Okay.
I don't want
Definitely
to make it
accuracy.
too punishing because we do want people to do this, but also, like, obviously sundering is really good against someone who relies on items.
Yeah, and I guess it depends on the item too. Because it's going to be harder to break something that's metal versus something that's wood. So
Yeah, well, that would be
that'd be GM stuff at that point.
yeah, that'd be storyteller stuff where they're deciding how much durability does this item have, how much negation does it have, yada yada yada.
So just the accuracy would be fine, and then the implication that some items are more durable than others. So
Yeah.
in the text may be aidful.
Okay, so sundering will be a maneuver then. Or a sundering attempt.
Yep.
Towel.
Yes.
Before the end of the month, I want a list of common materials. I'm thinking we're gonna kind of go with the hardness and such mechanics. But some health pools for items based on their size and such. And then the storytellers can just figure out, okay, this is a medium-sized item and, you know, it's made of metal, thus it has this much hardness and health.
Alright, so I can try to get that done before the end of the month, but the end of the month, like, the last day of September is Monday.
Holy crap, it is that close. Okay, never mind. We'll just put in a note that that'll come in during next month.
Yeah. Like, I could try, but, like, I'd have, like, 4 days.
Fair. That's your next... that and shields are your next projects. For numbers. Cool. But yeah, we can add the sundering maneuver.
Yep, because I do want to give people, like, a reason to do it. Without it just being like, ha, Lamau, you use a weapon. Get sundered, nerd.
So that's a totally valid build, though.
Oh,
Could you imagine just creating a character whose only job is to sunder weapons? That'd be hilarious.
Glances at Vane.
I was about to say, Vane has an item destruction move that is ridiculous, but it can't deal damage to anything alive. He might have specifically learned a poison-type move just to fuck over items.
I would build an entire character who does one thing and one thing only, and that is destroy items. Completely useless elsewise, but that's because I am that kind of loser.
Yep. He was acting like he was doing it to, you know, use it against weapons. Nah, he was doing that shit for guild badges. He wanted to evaporate a guild badge in an instant.
Oh, right. These other ones. We should probably specify how many actions they take. Actually, I guess we don't do that, so by default, it's just a standard action. But...
yeah, I was about to say, I think at the beginning of it, we did specify that if there's not an action cost associated, it's standard.
Let's see here. Well, assist is no longer a maneuver.
Oh, yeah.
Such as... taking a brace to protect yourself, or working together for a combo attack. Unless otherwise specified, all maneuvers use a single standard action. And make sure that is highlighted. And that will be added to the growing hotfix patch note list. God, we have so much on this. Well, at least, while I didn't have much of an update for last month, this month's gonna have a whole lot.
Yep, it definitely helps that I did one of my full reviews I do every few months, and this time actually was like, oh hey, we didn't specify this. Oh hey, we didn't specify this.
Yeah. And Raijin, yes, Lost in Chaos is canceled tonight. Ido's power is out due to the hurricane, and we really don't want him to miss the last session. It's the finale, so... Okay, so Sunder was +1 difficulty on accuracy.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
A generous bestowal.
Oh, thank you,
You
Raijin.
tipped $15. Tradition still, though. Squirrel is my soap opera. I miss it already.
Oh my god!
I mean, considering last night, Sam, he was kind of being a soap opera boy.
That is specifically, also I just got the Steam subscriber agreement update thing. But that is I've been showing Raijin Gravity Falls. And on one of the episodes, at the end of the episode, Seuss's grandma just pops out of a ball pit, and Dipper and Mabel are like, have you been following us this entire time? And she's like, yes, Seuss's life is my soap opera.
Bestowal.
I love Gravity Falls.
Jim and underscore tip
Oh, that
$10.
broke Raijin
Traditional
so
soap
bad.
opera detected.
Also,
And thank you, Geemond, as well, for that tip.
I will say, do you want to know what I heard, like, just in my mind when the whole thing between Squirrel and Chomper was happening last night? Because I was literally just hearing the Days of Our Lives theme song.
Oh yeah, I guess I should probably get a new goal in there.
But yeah, Sunder was just, target an item that your opponent has on their person. And, make an attack with +1 accuracy difficulty against that item. And then, the evasion defensive stats and all that, or the wearer's evasion defensive stat.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I think it'll go against the target's evasion for accuracy.
Do we want to include at default an unattended item has an evasion score of X?
I think they just automatically hit.
I think they'll just hit.
Okay.
I am not going to go through the bullshit of a lot of other tabletop systems where it's like, okay, so you gotta roll accuracy to see if you hit the broadside of a barn. Good luck!
But it's funny when they miss.
It is, but it's also
It's
like,
weird.
what the fuck? I am a level 1. I am a level 8 fucking ranger, and I am missing the broadside of a fucking barn.
Literally.
No. Well, I guess we will put in that the storyteller may apply a, may include a, evasion score, or an accuracy difficulty class, challenge, whatever.
Yeah.
Because, like, I can see if they're trying to shoot something really small from far away, that could be difficult, but still.
Yeah. But it should really just be, you know, they, like, by default they won't have an evasion, but circumstances might cause you to have a, have to hit a, like, high DC or whatever.
You may have to roll an accuracy in situations where it is called for, at GM's discretion. Well, considering that flying is just throwing yourself at the ground and missing, Meryl, throwing yourself at water and not falling in the water means that you're just flying over water, right? Well, Tanya posted the whole full section 10 for people to read.
Do we want to allow bleed through damage? Like, if you... Like, I can understand saying no, but at the same time, it's like, if somebody's specifically targeting your armor, and they smash through the armor, well, that sword is going to carry on to your flesh.
I would call it situational. Because if you sunder a sword out of somebody's hand and you break the sword, that's not necessarily going to mean you're going to hit the person holding the sword.
No, but in that case, the damage would be like the shockwave of... Because if you're hitting down on that sword hard enough to break it, there's going to be some shockwave damage that is done to your body. I'm okay with saying... I'm okay with just saying situationally bleed through damage may be a thing, but I want to hear Tal's thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, I'm fine if it says, like, situationally. By default, I don't think so. We could keep this in mind if people feel like Sunder is not useful or too weak. In terms of actually, like, you know, doing its job. Because this could be, like, a buff that we could give it and have it, you know, still do things. It's just also, I don't think it needs it by base. I think it could be a situational thing.
So they could get a feat for Sundering where it will always do bleed through damage when they do that.
I mean, potentially, but you know, like I said, just for the base rules.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be always. I think it can just be situational.
Okay.
Right, excuse me a moment. My cat has learned where I keep one of his toys, and now he's trying to get to it by climbing on me. So, Burb, I got a cat to deal with.
And I am going to go and grab a drink because also the next item is literally just something that you have to fix yourself.
Fair enough.
What is the cat tax? document is mentioning a cat tax?
Alright, I'm back with my turn.
Oh, hey, we have acquired an anonymous dragon.
Oh. So we have. Zerder, that is a good point. Assist was only very, very, very recently moved. Note this month, basically, like in the past month, moved into Chapter 1. But yes, that is a good point.
Yeah, we're still figuring out the best way to put things in there. I put assist before creative solutions because I was thinking, okay, we're just going to go alphabetical order with things. I was not thinking about that. Well, when I moved assist was when I decided to start doing alphabetical order. I just haven't gotten around to moving everything else into alphabetical order.
Yeah, it's literally just we are just now reorganizing some stuff on the document, so.
And either way, just stop head scratching on things and keep reading. It'll be explained eventually, I promise.
Well, no. It is good to have them like bring up things as they read. This is specifically a very good thing.
Well, yeah. But I'm saying, like, when you are reading, you can bring it up, but yeah, it will come up eventually.
Yeah. No, but we need to
Also-
know his first actual impression.
Yep, I did ask for first impression specifically, so this is somewhat decent. Also, I'm back and I have cat scratches on my back now.
Okay. Anyways, Raijin, the creative solution system definitely needs to come up more, but I think a lot of storytellers forget to implement it.
I don't specifically say that I'm invoking CSS. I just say, hey, take bonus dice.
I forget to ask for it specifically as a player sometimes, so
Well, the onus on this is on the storyteller to just grant it, because we don't really want those players that are going to be like, hey, I gave this big description. You should give me a bonus, right? You should give me a bonus. Yeah, give me a bonus. I have dealt with those players, and, the first 2 times, cool. The 30th time, okay, dude, just stop.
Yeah. No, like when I'm DMing Starlight, like storytelling Starlight, whatever. We're not actually on a thing. Whatever. Who cares? So I always say I'm giving out bonus dice for this. But, you know, it's just I'm not saying it's creative solution, but I'm giving creative solution bonuses. Yeah, what I tend to do in order to make the storyteller think about it is I just ask any modifiers on this roll. I don't ask if they're positive or negative or anything. I'm just say I just ask if there's any modifiers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I think that's the best way to bring up the topic of, hey, do you want me to modify my role in any way?
But it still should be on the storyteller to keep that in mind.
Yeah. I'm just saying for, if there's something to do as a player, it's probably just ask, hey, any modifiers.
Yeah.
There we go. Don't.
I am guessing that the cat is still not satisfied.
He went after the microphone. He likes to bite the microphone for some reason. Yes, he is a cat. He's leaving the toy alone, and he's no longer climbing up me. That's all I care about. I don't exactly like to have a cat trying to climb up my... Well, any part of me with his claws. It's not fun.
Yeah, that is one thing that when I get a Marten, I'm going to have to definitely get used to. Because while cats do it occasionally, it's not as often as a Marten will.
Usually he's very good about the fact that he knows his claws are sharp, but man, when he wants something, sometimes he just forgets and goes for it. And this is also the first time he's ever actually tried to chill on my shoulders, but unfortunately he was doing it by digging in, so I had to pull him off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I've been trying to train him to do, it just... I wish he wouldn't use claws.
My assumption is that Marten claws may not be... They may be more careful about not going too deep on things. Because I will say that every time I've seen them climbing up somebody, I have not seen any flinching or signs of pain or anything. And I don't care how many times it's happened, you're gonna make at least something every time if it's hurting. So my assumption is that Martens are more careful about it, but I know that they will be climbing up.
Or maybe it's they don't have claws that are tiny little knives that'll just go right into your skin without a problem.
Maybe, but I have seen their claws and they can definitely be very, very sharp, and they are much bigger. They're probably not quite they're not as quite as needlepoint as cats though, so...
Now, if this bugger would just let me trim his claws all in one go, it wouldn't be as much of a problem, but he doesn't like that. Kuro. Kuro. Down. Stop hunting your toy. Cat. Alright, Burb again, I gotta throw him out. Hold on. Hello again.
Hello.
Okay, so how does that look for the Sunder maneuver? Page 62.
Looks good to me.
It looks fine to me.
Alright, so that is that done. Okay, it looks like that's all of the extra maneuvers covered, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Next one is really easy and kind of silly. Which is something that has survived since we first made the system.
Oh boy.
Back when speed buffs increase your movement speed and your initiative. That's...
Now we've separated those.
Yeah, like a year ago.
This is why full read-throughs are important, but I cannot keep my attention focused enough to do them, so that's why I'm glad I've got you, Tal. Thank you for your sacrifice in reading my messy work. What page is that on?
That would be
there it is.
63 turn order. Or 64 turn order. One of the two. Because turn order is split between 2 pages.
So I guess just remove speed, such as buffs
Yeah,
or
and just say
debuffs.
initiative. Yeah. Or just... Yeah, just say, like, initiative. Or I guess... Say, like, initiative stat changes.
That works. Alright, page 64. I'm making notes of all these so I can include them in the patch notes. In case these things have come up for anybody and they're like, oh, so that's what they meant by that, actually. Provided anybody actually reads the patch notes. I have no idea.
Specifically for the non-ZGF group that I run a SCAR game with, I always tell them, hey guys, go read the patch notes.
Yeah, but telling somebody to do something and them actually doing it are two different things.
No, I know for a fact that they do it. And the reason that I know that is because they are following the rules a lot better than some of the ZGF groups.
I think my players do too, even though they're not currently actively playing. I know the key does.
Alright, so that is fixed. Can you get to the top of the turn order of the next round if you completely skip your turn? No.
Yep. Just wanted to ask that because I had someone ask, hey, what happens if you completely skip your turn on your thing to try and affect the initiative? So I'm like, I'll just bring that up.
Do we really need to mention that?
Oh, no, it was literally just me going like, hey, we should just bring this. I just wanted to bring this up.
Okay, so I do not need to put it in the document.
No.
That feels like something that should be implied. I don't know why anybody would think it would change your initiative.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just more of like, you know what? I'll just ask. So you can just mark that out.
So now my brain's going with, but what about a maneuver?
A maneuver to what?
To change your initiative standing.
Wouldn't that be one of those mechanically wonk things to include in?
Well, considering we were talking about feats that would allow you to use your initiative standing for extra quick actions. I feel like somebody that wants to go the super speedy boy route could make use of it. But it's not something I necessarily think we need a feat for. But, like, you know, hey, you take your turn doing nothing but standing there, preparing to act on the next turn. Here, have a +10 to initiative standing. Thoughts on that?
I think that we can include it as a thought. I don't know about, like, including it right now.
I agree. It feels it. Yeah. Let's just do thought for now.
Yeah, we can put that on the to-do list as, like, a let's revisit this later.
All right.
Because I could definitely see why it might be wanted, but also probably not the best time to immediately try and make a snap decision on that without giving it time to, like, consider a lot of implications about it.
Fair enough. So, back up here. Wrong one. There. That'll work. So, next up, specify that if you roll 1 for every one in multiple target section, you may need to make a roll for for crit targets and other non-crit targets anyway.
What?
Because in rolling for multiple targets, you can choose to make a roll for all targets. But if there's an AoE, you might crit some targets and you might not crit other targets.
Right, that roll where you can choose to roll per individual target or choose to just make a roll.
Yeah. And then so it's saying if you choose to make a roll, you might have to make 2 rolls anyways, one for crit targets and one for non-crit targets. If there's a mix between the two.
Okay.
Because I know there has been times where some people are crit, other people aren't crit, and, like, there's confusion over what the hell to do. So, like, for expedient rolling. So I don't think it would hurt to put in, like, just like a small little thing for it. Just an extra sentence or two. This is just one of those small things that I noticed being a small problem, so throwing it in there.
Okay. Actually, I think maybe if they do a single roll for expediency, perhaps for those that they crit, they just do the 9s explode or 6s count instead of doing the 1.5 times.
I don't like limiting them like that.
Okay.
Because the thing is that there is a mechanical difference between the 9s exploding or reduced difficulty or 1.5 times dice. There is a mechanical difference.
Fair enough. If you do a single roll, you may have to make a separate roll if you crit some of the targets anyways.
Yep. Just a small little thing.
Alright, so that is finished. Specify on critical hits that the damage from stat changes are not multiplied, but effects like guaranteed damage and damage over time damage are if you choose that crit option.
Because there's no mention when you're doing the critical hit multiplication that stat changes are not included in that multiplication.
Run that by me again?
Okay, so remember how a while ago we agreed that things like guaranteed damage, dot damage, would be multiplied by 1.5 if you chose that option in the critical hit, much like the amount of dice you roll. However, we also do need to specify from that stat changes are not multiplied. Basically, we agreed on something, we've been running it as something, but we didn't have it in the rules. You know, just one of them things where we agreed that this should be a rule a while ago, and then we just never wrote it in. And because we are moving towards book is law, needs to be in.
We're moving into sources truth or source of truth. Book is law.
Okay, so put that in there. Oh, well, apparently you can't, I guess by this, you actually can't choose to have sixes count as successes.
Well, anytime where you increase your crit chance, there is a separate rule out there that says you can choose instead to reduce difficulty.
Fair enough.
That is something that is out there, so. Burr.
Okay, so fix that.
Do we also want draining over time to be multiplied?
I'm gonna say no.
All right, makes sense. It's already kind of strong.
Yeah.
If people want to change it, they can ask their storyteller.
Yep. Held action section has different rules from holding actions in turn section. We should probably get rid of the one in auxiliary combat rules. Oh.
We have two sections for holding your turn.
And this is why we don't want to have two rules in two places currently.
Exactly. I did not realize we had... Where is the other one?
At the top of chapter 6. When it's explaining the various actions Standard actions, quick actions, reactions, full actions, holding actions, and turns.
Ah.
And then, like, you know...
Yeah, I know where the other one is,
Yeah.
but...
The auxiliary rules, there's just it again, and the one in the auxiliary rules is heavily outdated.
We can do the duplication rules in many places when we're closer to being complete.
Yep, it's just right now
If
we should
even
probably
then.
get rid of the one that's in auxiliary.
Actually, the one in auxiliary is the new one.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh, it was a lot less verbose and detailed than the one in at the top.
Yeah, we'll get rid of this one still, but it is actually the new one.
That's kind of funny, because like I was looking between the two, and I'm like, the one up top is a lot more detailed. So this was probably just one that we left there.
Actually, I'm just going to outright delete it because we don't need to do the whole this is being removed when it was already here in the first place.
Yeah.
But one thing that we did put in there is that you have to use your quick action to hold your action. And that needs to be put into the holding actions and turns. So give me a moment to read this and see about updating wording.
Probably best to do it in the first line of paragraph 2.
Oh, son of a gun.
Alright, look good.
Yep.
Alright.
It was kind of funny that we just like straight up had it in 2 places in the exact same chapter.
This is what editors typically fix.
Yeah, well, I mostly only noticed it because I was doing a full read through and was trying to find as many of these specific things as I could.
I'm gonna have to do another full read through again soon.
Yeah. On the plus side, you can wait a month or 2 before doing that.
I could, but I probably should as of the new month.
Yeah, that's fair.
Considering I've been helping people workshop their characters, so...
Yep.
And I found myself wrong many more times than I was ready to be wrong.
I will definitely say one thing I like about this system is just the fact that you don't have to, there's no rolling for character creation, so people don't have to be there with the, storyteller to make their character.
Yeah, you can just straight up show up with your sheet at the ready.
Yep.
See, I like rolling for my characters, but that's because a lot of the systems that I've played in that has the rolling for characters options, it's usually gets you better stats overall than it would elsewise give.
Yep.
And if you don't do it, then you're restricted to something that is comparably weak. Because I don't believe they do good balancing on stat systems.
The array is always, like, fucking awful.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. Or you use the point system, and the point system's always overly punishing if you want something anywhere near, you know, a high number.
Yeah.
Oh, you want the stat to be really good because it's your primary stat? Nah. Why would
And
you?
literally everything you do in this game is going to be based off of it? Nah.
Yeah.
Punished. Alright, so I think that's probably good.
1 second.
Alright. We are almost done with Chapter 6, guys. Also, it's almost like Chapter 6 was as long as the previous 5 chapters combined.
Well, I can't stay too much longer myself, so...
Literally, there's 2 more things to go over. And,
Fine.
like, both of them are relatively minor and are non-mechanical.
Okay. I'm just hitting that I'm very tired point. Since we're not gaming, I also didn't take a nap today, like I normally do before a game, because I promised the roommate that we would go do disc golf today, since I was working late yesterday and could not disc golf like normal. And we also skipped the weekend because it was rainy. I got my roommate addicted to disc golf. Help.
Okay. Got that. I was making an announcement because Curb messaged me about DRS tomorrow. It looks like we may not have a Q&A next week, but tomorrow is the last session of DRS.
Alright.
Okay.
So we may have the Q&A tomorrow.
We may not.
Alright, so hit stun section says relevant evasion score. It reduces both evasion scores, so this should be reworded.
Because there is not a separate hit stun thing for physical evasion and special evasion, it's just evasion.
Alright. I'm also considering making it an optional rule. Like, all of our games are going to continue to use it, but I feel I could see how some people, you know, some groups may not want to deal with that added complication.
Oh, hey, I just got the Steam subscriber agreement.
It's like it's going around or something, huh?
Yeah. Alright, that's fine. I just wanted to say, like, you know, for the main hit stun description system thing.
Yeah. Son of a gun.
Anyway, I'm gonna highlight the this part right here. And then this one should say relevant. I just noticed that.
Oh god. What the? Okay, go away. Apparently I accidentally hit a hotkey for GeForce Experience.
Ah, nice.
Is that a Demon ref?
Oh, no, that is actually Fuse.
Huh. Fancy. Y'all gonna make me keep Bo, aren't you?
Gonna make you what?
Keep Bo, aren't you?
Possibly. He was pretty fun.
I'm assuming that's a recaller's thing.
No.
No, that was the short shot.
That
Okay.
keyword, man. Because I didn't want to use the other monster character I created for his game, so I created Bo as a joke character. And like most of my joke characters, people ended up liking him.
All right. By the way, the next one that we have to go over is all the way down in the Death and Downs section.
One moment. I was just making notes. I've got a notepad with all of these hotfix updates.
Yeah, don't worry. With what I've done here and the fact that, you know, we're gonna have to go over chapters 7 and 8 before the start of the new month, we're about to have a beefy update.
Well, I mean, 7 and 8 may be in the next update.
Okay, look, it's literally like 10 things to go over. I think we could do that in 4 days.
Mostly just depends on time, considering 3 of those 4 days are tabletop days. And the only day that's not is Monday, but technically we could, I mean, we don't have to do the update on the 1st, so we could push it a couple days past and get a couple of minor things finished up.
Yeah. Well, when I say there's only like 10 things, half of them are just like question or like semantic things, and like chapter 6 is more than twice as long as that, like, you know.
Okay.
Death and Downs section, chapter 6, bottom of it.
Definitely something that we need to go over in detail. So, Era, if you could read over that whole section and refamiliarize yourself.
Which section?
Death and Downs, page 68.
Yeah, the thing that I'm talking about is specifically in the first paragraph. I kind of have it highlighted right now.
I wanted to go over a lot of this as a whole, but
Okay.
just go ahead and reread it real quick, Era. I'm going to do so as well, so we can discuss and revamp as needed.
Okay, also Whiskers cute.
Whiskers is very
This is true. Yeah, we're about to have a we about to have a beefy update, boys.
Boy.
Oh, that's annoying.
What's annoying?
When you hit the new page.
Oh, yeah, they're
Yeah.
spread out like that. Yeah. It's something that I will fix with, like, images and such later, but right now...
It's stuck like that. I get it. It's fine. It's just I had to read it like 5 times.
Yeah.
It makes me angry every single time, even though I cheated and I in my formatting, like my view mode or whatever it is, if you click show print layout and turn it off, it makes it so that way it literally doesn't have like the print gap thing.
Yeah, the problem is that this is how I read it in my head. So you retain your current amount of death, successes, and failures until you complete some form of rest, receive true healing, or regain. That's how my brain compartmentalizes that. And it doesn't matter how you arrange it. If there's a big space there, that's what my brain is going to do.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
Alright. So, first things first that I want to do with the death and down section. I want to just do away with the death, failures, and successes. I feel like going with the negative health would be the better option on all of this. And the death, successes, and failures just feels like it it overcomplicates things more than it actually makes it fun. Like, simply, you're reaching negative, you got 10 health. You reach negative 10, you're dead. You got 12 health, you reach negative 12, you're dead. I think that is the simpler and, I mean, well, not, death is not fun, but, I think it overall would be the more fun option. Thoughts?
Are we still going to have a bleeding out mechanic?
Well, currently we don't really have one, but we could go ahead and put in that they will suffer 1 damage per turn as long as they are incapacitated.
Well, we do have, when he says bleeding out, I think he's talking about the fact that you roll every turn.
Yeah.
So we could always make it so that way if you fail, if we get rid of the, counters, we could have it be that if you fail your death roll, you lose 1 health.
Yeah, that's typically what that counter aims to replace, is just the bleeding out mechanic.
I was thinking of just getting rid of death rolls, period. And yeah, we can just have it where while you are incapacitated, you suffer 1 damage per turn.
For that, I kind of like the idea of rolling because I think it adds something, having to roll to see if you lose that health or not.
Well, thoughts from you on that era?
What do you guys think?
We need to have some way for the player characters to stabilize, and a roll feels like the fair way of going about it. If you're going to remove the death counter using the common bleeding out stabilize roll, do you stabilize or do you take an additional damage until you either stabilize or die? Is very common, and I think if we're going to get rid of the death counters, would be the fair way of going. At least this way, it's not a battle of successes. It's just a one and done. You either succeed at some point or you don't.
All right.
Otherwise, everybody's going to bleed out.
We might be able to do something with that. Let me double check something.
Will also point out that part of why I want to do away with this is restorative healing is essentially free. Almost everybody could get a healing move for super cheap. And while the healing move will not just immediately put you back at 1, it is really easy to get. Hi, Raijin. I think the red panda is wanting attention. I don't know why I think that.
You want to know what's something that I just realized? I don't think we ever specified the... Did we ever specify the rules of the chance die?
I'd have to reread the document. I thought it was in there. Is it not?
We reference it a lot, but if I control F, the first time that the word chance even shows up is in the storied items section.
Okay, so I will put that into chapter 1 real quick while we're mulling over.
How do we want that to work? Because I don't... We almost never use it, so...
It's very basic. It's simply, hey, unless otherwise specified, you always have at least one die you can roll per whenever you need to make a check.
Yeah, but I just wanted to know, like, the difficulty.
It would be the same difficulty and such as the roll would be.
Alright, well, you could probably just, like, start writing that then. But I do want to ask, what do we want the difficulty, like, for error suggestion, for a stabilizing success roll to be?
Probably normal. Alternatively, with the way
what
that...
are you trying there, Whiskers? Oh, you're trying... Right, didn't bother.
Alright. Alternate thought. Do we have a stabilize action?
Okay. Give me just a moment
Okay.
to put in the chance die thing. I think it'll obviously be under dice dots and rolling. Probably under dice rolling terms. I think we'll put it at the very end of... Well, no. That's all describing... We'll do it here.
Alright. Also, Era, I don't think we have a specifically dedicated stabilize action, but that would just probably be like a medicine check.
Yeah, the reason why I asked is Zim was saying that he doesn't want to have chance dice involved with the dying. And while he was mentioning restorative healing is really easy to get, what we could do is we could make a very generic standard action stabilize.
Okay, well, real quick. Unless otherwise specified with a specific mechanic, anytime you need to roll, you will have a minimum of one die that you can roll. This is called the chance die. Or this is referred to as a chance die.
You will always have one.
And I think we could probably just roll that into, like, saying that this is what happens if you assist a down teammate. If you use the assist action.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be a medicine check kind of thing with assist and whatnot.
As far as what the DC could be on the chance dice using in the stabilized, your options are basically we could just go with the generic 7s are successes to make it slightly difficult and unlikely to happen per turn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But it's still something that's likely enough to the point where it's probably going to minimize death to being something that is literally chance.
Okay, so addressing what Tal wrote in his little read through, yeah, that is a mistake. Let me fix that.
Yeah. It's just in the first paragraph, because it just says, if you take more than half your maximum HP damage in one go, you're knocked unconscious straight out, even if you still have positive HP.
Yeah. And wind up at or below 0 HP. That work? Hello?
Well, I was just thinking about it.
Take enough damage to reach.
I highlighted it.
Yeah.
Also suffer half of your maximum HP in damage. That is a funky thing to word correctly, isn't it?
I think that makes it flow better if you specify from that attack.
That works for me.
Yes, okay.
Jimond
Yep, that
underscore is sending love to everyone.
Thank you, Geemond.
Yep. We will need to figure out, like, if you can do anything about being unconscious, or if that's, like, you know, Dust's hands. Congratulations, you're out.
I think they can still use the second wind maneuver.
Well, they can use that if they have something to use. Because I don't know if they'd have actions unconscious.
No, they wouldn't. Yes, it did, Raijin, but it was basically, I think it's Beerus right now. And he was saying hash browns for all, basically. Okay, so...
I'm fine if it gets written in that, you know, that they're still able to second wind to wake back up. I was just pointing out that, like, you know, if they don't have actions, they technically can't do it right now.
Okay, so I will worry about actually rewording this later. But let's go ahead and agree on how we're going to reword, because the whole death and down section needs reworded anyways.
That's fair.
And I'm running out of energy for this very quickly.
Look, I feel that I'm on like 4 hours of sleep, and I wake up at 6:30 a.m. and it is currently past midnight. So
yeah, so let's figure out how we want this to work. So I've got some ideas for unconscious. Basically, if they get healing from somebody else, as far as them actually coming back up, I think the only thing that can work is them using a second wind. Otherwise, yeah, they are stuck as unconscious.
what about if they get helped with true healing?
Healing of any kind will bring them back up if it puts them over 1 HP.
Okay.
So... Alright. Don't worry about that. This is just notes. Healing of any kind removes unconscious. Second wind, only option when... another thing I want to say is I think we should change it to you can, when you're incapacitated, you can do any actions, but outside of second wind or the movement, it is 1 exhaustion per action.
When you're incapacitated but not unconscious.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Do we want to limit movement to half speed or something like that?
That's already there.
That's already there, yeah.
I should have said, do we want to retain? But brain does not like English.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine with me.
That's for avoiding. Because, like, if they are incapacitated and want to go full movement, they can. With one action, it would just be exhaustion.
Yes.
Yeah. I do have another suggestion. I didn't write it down because I literally just thought about this, and this is specifically for the healing thing. Because I remember, Zim, you were just talking about how you weren't exactly the happiest with how healing is working right now because it's effectively free.
I don't mind it, actually. But if you've
Okay.
got an idea... I was saying that I'm not worried about people dying, even if they... Because it is really cheap and easy to get a healing move. And so if you're incapacitated, you can stabilize yourself very easily. That's why I don't really want to bother having any death rolls period, because, I mean, anybody in the team can heal you for free. Or you yourself can pick up a healing move for literally, I think it's 6 XP?
Yep.
And while that may not get you back up on your feet, it can at least stave off the -1 HP per turn. So the healing, that's why I don't want to bother with any rolls. It's just automatic, you're bleeding out.
And I understand that if this is one of those things where it's like, all right, we're going to need to think on this, but I do at least want to throw it out there. What about the possibility that, like, for each healing move, you can only use it so many times per short rest equal to your ranks in medicine?
We talked about that at length before and ultimately decided Kiss was the better option on this, and
Yeah,
decided to keep it as just anybody can use it.
Yeah, but that was also when we were, we also had, using a healing move would incur exhaustion.
Yeah.
So, I just wanted to throw it back out there that it is technically an option that we could do.
I think I'm okay with healing as is.
Alright. I just wanted to more throw it out there because you did mention that it was effectively dirt cheap free.
It's something that I've not been entirely certain about, but it is something that I don't want to overcomplicate things. Or make healers feel like, God, I'm useless kind of thing.
We don't want to buy scripted viewers.
Yeah, because healers have a rough time as is. So I don't want to limit them on their usefulness. And it also made complications in the realm of moves that do both damage and healing.
Raijin Kiss stands for keep it simple, stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know what Raijin's getting at. Mwah.
Oh, is he begging for kisses again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I just wanted to bring it up again because I just remembered that it was an option, and it was like, well, if healing is being, like, a bit too common, we could do something like that. But yeah, it is a restriction that maybe just shouldn't be in there by default, and instead, like, if the storyteller feels like, okay, guys, the heals are, like, way too cheap.
We can put in an optional rule, I think.
Yeah, because
Maybe.
I can definitely see, like, you know, more, like, gritty games, because we do have, like, other, like, optional things for, like, people introducing, like, grittier things, like, you know, the Vigor Exhaustion rule.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see room for there being, like, an optional thing where healing moves, or the healing portions of moves, have use limits.
But on that front, I think the best bet would be you use a point of vigor or willpower, and if you don't have either of those, then it starts costing you exhaustion to use healing moves. Simplest option. Or you can just use exhaustion from the get-go if you don't want to waste your vigor and willpower on that.
Yeah, okay. Alright, well, that's everything on Chapter 6 on my thing.
We haven't actually made the decision on deaths and downs.
Oh, okay.
Because now that I've kind of explained overall, like, why I was wanting to have just get rid of the die to stabilize and such altogether, because healing is very easy to get. Very easy. So I just don't see a point in bothering to have a roll, especially because it makes something that's already super easy even easier. I say keep it simple. They just outright, when they're incapacitated or unconscious, they take 1 damage per turn.
I still have a concern for the melee people and the people that don't make moves and spend all their experience elsewhere. The group without a healer is going to be in pain.
Sure, but there is still the second wind maneuver. And frankly, if the group is not... if they're going to be using all of their vigor and willpower just willy-nilly and not saving anything when they don't have a healer, well...
Are we allowing unconscious characters to use the second wind?
Yes. That is
okay.
Specifically listed as something you can do while unconscious, but that's the only thing you can do while unconscious.
Then I'm fine with the whole stabilize thing, being a roll. I just don't want to. I want to make sure that that death is only something that is earned mechanically.
Yeah.
Or a product of chance, because I do actually find it exciting when you got a death counter rolling on the table and everybody has to stand up and watch the person roll. And it's either a sigh of relief or a group scream at the end. Group screams are nice. I don't care what you say. Death sucks, but have you ever seen an entire D&D group scream?
Yeah.
Yes, it's great.
I've caused it.
I've also been the person that has died.
I might have done some amazingly self-sacrificial things that made the other players at my table fucking distraught.
I just believe that death needs to be earned and actually be a pressure.
I agree, which is why I want to not have the chance to just not take that damage, because then it makes it like, oh god, we need to finish this fight so we can get him stabilized.
As long as the second wind is still open, because there needs to be something other than just, oh, you're bleeding out. It sucks to be you.
Yep, and it also means that, like, as much as I love vigor overcharging and willpower rerolling all, like, my rolls when I care about them, like, you know, that's great for roleplay stuff and is useful in combat, but if you're in combat, you should probably really save at least one of each so you can second wind in an emergency.
Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna remove death rolls, period. And yeah, I think we're good to go with this. I will say that damage over time and such will still no longer affect them.
That's fine.
It'll just be the bleeding out mechanic.
That's like a little bit funky flavor-wise, but like balance-wise, yeah.
Okay, I think we are done for tonight. Brain is fried. Time to go open card crack.
Alright, time to go pass out.
Yeah, sleepy time for this one.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I gotta go gift Era the game.
No. Please don't. It took me forever to break my magic addiction as is. Why are you giving me another game that's going to feed that addiction?
Ah, but this one doesn't cost you money.
I played a fish simulator because it had opening packs for a while.
Yes, you may, Pikash. I'll be up in the streaming room in a moment. And I fail to see the problem of this. You want it, we can all tell, so I want to give you something you'd enjoy.
Alright, while you're busy trying to enable and, cause a relapse of old awful habits, I'm gonna go pass out.
Good night.
Sleep well.
I'm just gonna go to bed now, and I'm gonna let Pikash distract you.
Alright. Thank you everybody for joining us today for this DevTales session, as well as the Art Marten stream. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as picking up packs of cards to stream loots, grabbing some merch over at zgfgaming.store, or subscribing to our YouTube. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye.
Bye.